We've got some low-hanging fruit.
Absolutely.
Oh, Quico. Quico, you're quick today. Didn't call it down, but you never done. Check Anomatum tweet. Axel kicked Young Buck. Yeah, I will not comment. Sorry, guys. Thank you very much, Kiko. Good to see all of you. Taken on me now, forever love is free. That up to above and me. Bit chose Team Heretics. Don't clap, did it. Watch the way I rap it. Ha 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 ha. Feel good. Feel good. Love for me and you and me. Did you see Exo gonna bench coaching staff? Yeah. Thank you very much, Pamoth. We're gonna stop very soon, guys, and we're gonna do some crazy things. The usual business, my friends. Chiggy chiggy. Watch the bloody neck of me. Hello, Melita. I thing is, I knew about the Excel thing for a long time, and it feels weird to comment, you know. No Actimel today, bro. I am making sure to only open it. I'm only opening it when I'm gonna drink it, so I'm never gonna let it go. Right now, I told you to wait. Wait. The vibes are good, guys. The vibes are good. Man with the beautiful voice, thank you very much. I wish I could sing. I hurt myself today. to see if I still feel. How fun would it be to just be able to sing? You can sing if you take lessons. Taking lessons, like, can you take online lessons? The issue is, it's like, when you take singing lessons, you get an ego, and all of a sudden you're singing in places where you really shouldn't sing. Dangerous. Yo, Sophie, isn't it patch 13.3? No, it's not. Too short time to adapt, so we're gonna play playoffs on 13.1.b. The bitch patch. The B. Your voice too deep for singing? Do you know about Barry White? Do you know about Barry White? Johnny Cash? You're gonna do me like that, man. So rude. I'm kidding. Out no, I think. You could be the Swedish DMX. Country music. I've got my horses in the bag. I don't know any country song. I'm on a horse. All right, I think that the stream has marinated enough. I think that you guys are ready. I think you guys are ready. What if I What if I have like a hidden, like insane in the membrane? Actually, I can't go high. It's impossible. Like when I try to go high, I no longer control the noise that is coming out of my mouth. See, I can't. It's impossible. Yamato, a voice actor. Animes. Bro, I would love to voice act animes, bro. Like I would do it for free, dude. Just make sure it's no fucking weird shit, you know? As long as the anime is not weird, you know, then it's cool. It's like, when I say weird shit, it's like, you know, where there's like some, you're not quite sure what the age of the character is, and they make this character do weird shit. It's like the main character showers with this character some shit. Like, fuck that, man. Bro, this is the only thing. Like, bro, this ruins anime. That's a disaster, dude. What's that? Holy, if I could be Erwin, dude, holy shit, bro, I would be crazy, man. I would be insane. I don't know. I would be mind blown, dude. I would be absolutely mind blown. I would be mind blown if I could be Erwin, dude. I would do it for free. I would pay to do it. I would pay to do it, bro. I would pay to do it, really. I would really pay to do it. No meme. I would do it for free, dude. Yes. Erwin Jäger. Oh shit, that's the wrong character. Eren Jäger. I don't know what's talking about in a long time. Erwin Smith. Could AI surpass pro players in League? Yes, because your question doesn't define time. Could it do it in a week? Probably not. If they have endless time, yes. Bro, it's not even a question. I still think you should voice act the Yamato from One Piece. Is that the lady with the huge knockers? The blonde woman with the devil horns. I get tagged on fucking Rule 34 pictures of her, man. It gets really weird. It's like, Yamato, is this you? It's like, this is obviously not me, man. All right, guys. Let's do some research. Let's do some research about 31.b. 31.b. Let's see what's cooking, okay? Let's see what's cooking. Give us an ooh ah 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 ah. I know what you mean, but I decided to read it in a bad way. Yo, what's happening with this hair here? It's just fucking out of control. What's happening here, bro? What's happening? Holy shit. Yamato Cannon's balding, guys. It's unfortunate. It is what it is, man. I'm just gonna shave my head, bro. And people with shaved heads, they have a bad Freak released the video on it if you want some background of the changes. Yeah, I already... How much money for a shaved head? I don't want to like sell my hair, you know. I think it's kind of cringe, you know. Yeah, if I get 500 subs, I shave my head. That's not me, man. That's not me. What does your surname mean? Like my actual surname? You mean Mebdi? Mebdi is a version of Mbedi. Okay, let's see what we have. Mbedi is basically, it's like my full last name is Yaqub Mbedi Spehi. And Spehi is a bloodline that stretches all the way to the Arabic Kingdom. The war minister of the Arabic Kingdom, my bloodline descends from this. And we're like 4,000, 5,000 Spehis in the world. There's a story about my ancestor where they were basically the Arabic generals were meeting up with the opposition, and basically there was this rule in war: if you're breaking bread, you're not allowed to bear arms, you're not allowed to deceit, you're not allowed to murder, right? They were breaking bread with the enemies, they were discussing the terms, and basically my ancestor, the horses, right? His horse, he had a very close bond to his horse. His horse was intuitively knowing that something was going down. So during the meal, my ancestor went outside to attend his horse, and this is when it happened. All of the generals were murdered. He escaped with his horse, he rallied the armies, and then GG'd. I am for real. I am for real. Giga Chad horse. Yes. All my bitches Spanish, Boricua. Spehi. I actually don't know how to write Spehi in regular letters. Good to see you, Warrington. I really enjoy your comments on my videos, man. You're very kind. Spehi. My surname means pimp in Swedish. Hur fan säger man pimp på svenska? Hallik. Your name is... I'm lucky. I'm a dinner is not generous. I'm a feminist. This fucking Drake, dude. What a gorilla he is. With his text lyrics. Fucking Drake. We have to skip him. Have you seen what Lune said about Fnatic? Alright, let's get all the clickbait out of the way. Okay? Let's get all of the clickbait out of the way. Let's start with opening up this page. The favorite page of everybody. It's not working. It's not working. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at all the clickbait shit, okay? T1 Korea compliments himself for making big plays. Alright, we're good. Let's look at this Aurelian Soul video. Whoa. That's a language I don't know.
Existence was empty.
Ooh.
Barren. By my will, I filled it with wonder. Mortals strive to construct their own adorably inadequate.
Oh, look how large he is, bruv.
But true power is only found in the cosmos. You thought you could wield it. As you could
He's so big. Big boy. He's so big.
Oh, that's right, you can't.
Oh, Cho'Gath's so big.
Crack your whole weakness.
Bro, do you think this champion will be balanced? No way, by the way. Yeah, that looks balanced, guys.
Stars, first, I shall be unleashed.
What is that, bruv?
What's the matter, Targon? Losing your grip?
Wow. Holy, this is insane, dude. I love shit like this. I love shit like this. That is insane. That is so cool, dude. I love that shit. Alright. Alright. Dark song. My man. That is crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, let's read Hilly. Hilly Zhang weighs in on Fnatic's struggle, explains why he thrives on Mad Lions. Welcome Hilly Zhang and congratulations on the victory on making it to the top 8. I suppose you kind of expected to advance to the best of 3 stage, but still it must be a relief when you can actually have that security. Yeah, for sure. I think if we didn't lock in top 8 this week, it would have been a miracle. The chances of that were very low, so it's a relief, but we also expected it. It seems like the Fnatic players are not bonding together. They're not a team. They're just individual playing. This is just a quote that they threw in the middle of the page. Love it when journalism websites do that. You lock in your top 8 spot with the win over Fnatic, your old team, who hasn't been doing too well. How did you feel about playing against them? Fnatic is underperforming for sure. I think everyone expected them to do much better than how it's going. Going into the weekend, playing against Fnatic felt different. They're my old teammates and I have to win, mainly for myself, to prove that I'm in the right place right now with Mad Lions, and I'm very happy we managed to win. I'm honestly also very happy. You know, on my end, I think Hilly needs trust, Hilly needs time, Hilly needs to be allowed to make mistakes and scrims. And there are players, it's like, there were players in the previous Fnatic roster that looked very harshly on mistakes within scrim environments and would passive-aggressively like ruin the scrims because they felt like it was pointless, you know? And that was very bad for Hilly last year. You know, our scrims were so bad, and Hilly is a player that takes a lot from scrims, you know? Hilly Zhang's view on Fnatic struggles. I actually want to pick your brain about Fnatic a bit. You've played with 4 of the players on the current lineup and you know the organization well. If you look at them now, what seems to be off to you? I think there are a lot of things that are going wrong. Even when I was there, it was hard to pinpoint what's not working out and how we should fix things. I feel like it's even worse now. It's hard to say what the issue is. It seems like the players are not bonding together. They're not a team. They're just individuals playing the game, trying to solve things on their own. But it doesn't work like this, especially in League of Legends, where team environment and communication matter so much. Agreed. You have to talk about these things openly. I feel like they haven't done this. They haven't gone to the step where you actually see how the other person thinks. I feel like there's no person in that team who's able to do that currently. I feel like no one wants to talk about the issues. At various points last year when you were at Fnatic, the roster also felt like it was just individuals playing the game. Did you have the same issue? Oh yeah, as I said, it's really hard to pinpoint what the exact issue behind it was, but something wasn't working out. I feel like it's even worse for them now. We did have the talk last year. We know the things we could do with what we had and how we could improve. It did get better. We did make it to playoffs and we even went to Worlds. I think someone has to step up in that team. Maybe no one is right now. If they don't do it, they will not be the Fnatic that is used to being at the top. Well, enough about Fnatic and more about you. You really seem to have found your place at Mad Lions, teaming up with Kazi in the bot lane. Many people, myself included, expected this bot lane to be extremely volatile, but it seems like you two play around the edges very well. How did you envision playing with Kazi? I think Kazi and I are both very intuitive players. We like to play on our instincts. I think we often reach out too far, but we are working hard to learn the matchup as well as we can. We'll go for many plays. Even today we played Zeri Lulu into Zayumi, and we still flash forward on level 2 to get a 2v2 kill. We're willing to go hard in matchups at scale. We know when it's good and when it's bad, of course. The plays we make are aggressive, but it's more calculated. We don't like to flip it. There's a lot of thought behind why we make the plays. On one hand, you say you're very intuitive, but on the other hand, these plays have a lot of thought behind them. You have to explain that a bit more. In the lane, I think it's more about knowledge and experience. In teamfights and stuff, it's mainly intuition. I think, in terms of precision, for lane phase, like, I think if you, it's like Upset and Hilly were so strong together because they cared so much about every detail about the lane phase. And I think this is something that you see with Gumayushi and Kiria, something that you saw with Viper and Meiko, and that you clearly see the difference between the bot lanes that do this and the bot lanes that don't. I think Ruler Lehens is also an example. And I think that it requires a very specific player, specific combination of players to really push beyond. And I think Upson and Hilly, you know, I couldn't teach them anything about bot lane phase. They knew way more than me, and I was learning things every day by just watching them, right? The main thing that I paid attention to was, as long as they put in the work, you know, that was behind this strength of theirs, right? That was my main purpose, you know, to give them the space to cook and to, you know, allow them to explore, right? That was so important. And Hilly's a player that, in terms of lane phase, is so calculated. He really squeezes. You know, he if you miss an auto on the enemy, or you make a misstep to when you should push it forward and you don't squeeze the additional auto, he will recognize this, you know? Because as silly as it might sound, a lot of these range matchups are very like clinical. A lot of the melee matchups are a lot easier because you're stronger, you throw your spells at the enemy, you win, right? The range matchups are very delicate, and one misstep can really decide it. And we've seen that a lot in the LEC. We see that a lot. We saw that at Worlds last year too. When Lulu Aphelios was playing against Lucian Nami, it was fireworks. Both teams were trading down to 1 HP. The melee matchups are very straightforward. When people say a support can't play ranged matchups or ranged champions, it's not that they struggle to do the portion that is so easy. Like later on in the game, you have to press your spells on the AD carry, you have to polymorph the champion that goes in, you have to ult. That is very streamlined and very straightforward. But in terms of lane phase, it is very complicated. Very complicated. And in solo queue, you have the Lulu players, the Yuumi players that get away with doing absolutely nothing, because in solo queue is very different, because the gold concentration is much higher in solo queue. What I mean with gold concentration is, plain and simple, in competitive, the gold distribution is rather even, because you have very little solo kills and not a lot of ganks that succeed, right? Of course, there are outliers, there are games where it occurs and so forth, and it definitely happens where players have concentrated gold. But majority of the time, mid lane, AD carry, top lane, they have relatively similar gold values, right? So in a situation where you're even with a range support, you can't just latch on to the strongest member and hope to succeed. There's many times the people that have success with the range support is that basically they just hitch their wagon to whoever is fed in the game. And that is a very good way of playing solo queue, because odds are you're going to have maybe some teammates that are going to do well, right? And then you just elevate their performance. But in solo queue, in competitive play, it doesn't quite work the same, right? We continue. Well, it works the same in competitive too, but it's much harder to achieve because people are more precise. Talk about Mad Lions as a whole, it's impressive how quickly the team has come together. Obviously, you've played with Niski before, and there's some familiarity from the former Mad rosters too, but the roster puzzled altogether is a new one. How do you explain the team's performance so far? On the player side, I think everyone likes each other, and that's why I think we're doing very well. We're the type of team that when we go on stage, we get very excited. We're pumped up to perform and show the world what we're capable of. When we're playing on the stage, we feel empowered and we play way better than we do in practice. We trust each other and things just work out. So these guys are inting a little bit in scrims. But yeah, in practice, things are not as good as they look. I don't know what the reason is. It's not that we're doing horribly in practice, but sometimes we lose 3 or 4 games in a day. We're not that sharp right now, but we're learning a lot because we experiment a lot. I think we're just stage players in a way. I did an interview with Mac just before the split started, and he told me you've stepped up quite a bit as a leader for the team, especially when doing game reviews, etc. Can you tell me a bit about your role on the team? Thank you very much, Halcyon77, for your subscription. You are so smart. You are brilliant. You are gorgeous. And you will succeed in life. I'm the type of person that is very timid and shy when it comes to real life. I would not approach somebody I don't know. When it comes to League of Legends, I'm very opinionated. I like to share my experience and I've been around for a while. I feel that I can teach almost every player I play with about situations that I'm familiar with. I'm very confident when it comes to my knowledge of League of Legends. When it comes to stage games, I don't shot call all the time, but when I call, I'm very certain about it. My teammates trust me and they follow me. Hilly Baba. It's still very early, of course. I don't get why articles do this. It's like, I just read this quote, and then it comes, I guess. It's still very early, of course, but what is the long-term perspective you see for this Mad Lions roster? I'm not cocky. I don't think I should say anything too big because I would be lying to myself. I said anything with certainty. I'm very realistic when it comes to this. Right now we're doing very well, but our practice isn't doing too hot, as I said. It's very hard for me to rate us. If we keep playing as we do on stage, if we keep drafting well, and if we keep practicing the champions for it, we'll be a very good team. But if we get cocky and our heads are high in the sky, we could be a very mediocre team. Nice. Strong words. Everyone's putting a lot of effort into practice. We're playing a solo queue, watching VODs of the enemies, and we study the champions. If we keep doing that, we'll be a great team. That's nice. That's a good interview. Very good interview. Happy to hear. Words cannot express how happy I am for Hilly. I'm so happy for Hilly. I think Hilly is one of the best players Europe has ever had. And that's what it is. Oh, thank you very much, Inside on Esports. I'm assuming it's the editor-in-chief giving me this this host. I appreciate it very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the Inside on Esports raid, we are currently covering some of the Reddit headlines, and then we are going to continue with researching 31.b and seeing and thinking to ourselves what kind of changes we can expect in the meta coming into the first week of the LEC, and then we're going to make a rundown of all of the matchups. Let's continue. Inside on Esports has been surpassed. Oh, Last Free Nation, I think the Last Free Nation is a sick name, by the way. I think they have a good collection of gangsters there. Good collection of gangsters. Young Buck and Nelson will no longer be a part of the XL Esports coaching staff, so I'm going to cover this once and once only. It's like, I know too much to be able to say too many things, right? It puts me in a kind of a weird spot. But all in all, the main thing I can say is, it's when teams budget, they do it at the beginning of the year, right? They do it at the beginning of the year, and they don't necessarily budget for extreme failures. And some people are on contracts that can, contracts that allow them to still be paid, and this also holds up a big part of the budget. And, all in all, on my end, it's like, I need some convincing, you know, in order to make a move, because I know what my worth is, and I know that the right opportunity will eventually come, and when it does, you guys will know. But from an outside perspective, I think Excel making changes, I think, is completely normal and natural. I think the fact that this was a move, so basically the fact that this happened, there's two things. Either they have a replacement in mind, or it was so extreme that there was a separation, and now they are left in a position where they have to kind of build again. The tricky thing about Excel is Excel actually doesn't have an academy team. So there's nothing that you can just plug and play and hope that it works with something within the system. This is going to be very tricky, because a lot of the people that are calling for Fnatic changes, Excel changes, you know, you gotta do it. It's going to be hard to do it in the short term, you know. Let's continue. Okay. Kale places a control ward.
It's not gonna be. What are we doing?
And she's kind of going to this part of
Where did you just place it again?
Why is... Can someone explain to me, why is LS's stream so white?
Not in this scenario, it's not gonna be. What are we doing?
Oh, what the?
Where did you just place it again? No!
That is crazy. That is crazy. That is nuts, by the way. Okay. Let's take a look at this clip. Bo, please go shopping, man. You have 2,000 gold. Where's he going? He's cancelling bases. It's so hard for me to judge if this is int or not, due to the fact that... Oh my god! What is that, dude? Oh my god! Oh! That is crazy. The thing is, just a little bit fed, not gonna lie. The thing is, don't be fooled by the stats. My man is sitting on all of that gold in his pocket. So it's not like sure, if he was sitting on Night Harvester at minute 7 and he was just walking in here, it's like, this is crispy, guys. This is crispy. This is not one of those, Professor Akali, I am 1v5 against 5 bronze players. You won't believe what fucking happened. You know? Was Bo really hinting, or is it justified? BDS versus Vitality review of deaths with Memento.
So as you know,
damn, my man's hair is mad. Let's take a look at
Bo's first death. He's actually looking for a 2v2 point. Most players would probably just use as a perk, but he's confident enough that they will win 2v2. Unfortunately, Adam uses a perfect ulti and gets away. At this point, most players, unfortunately...
Yeah, to be honest, this guy is dead. You know? This guy, like Adam, here, photon ends by giving him a good angle to go out. And usually I think...
Adam uses a perfect ulti and gets away. At this point, most players would probably just be like, he's out. But he doesn't know the plant is up, so he flashes over and Qs.
Come on, Memento, tell me that this is an int. Memento, this is the test.
Right here.
This is an int.
Back over, but he still went for the flip and tried to, if Adam was in that bush, because he didn't know the plant was up. So I think this death is justified.
No. Memento. I disagree with you, Memento. But let's see.
A bit of a flip, and he could avoid it, but it's not inting.
This is inting. But okay, let's define inting. Inting is a mistake that is clearly not necessary to even go for. Because honestly, inting, to be fair to Memento, right, is the word inting is very vague. I think this was int. Right? He had many times to fix it. Like inting, the word inting has lost all of its meaning, right? Inting came from someone intentionally ruining the game. And then it turned into someone just making a mistake. So there's various degrees of inting. And also it depends on how you're saying, oh shit guys, I'm inting. That's like a way of saying, oh, my man actually just made a mistake and he's owning up to it.
In Bo's second death, he gets spotted by the vision plant, and he knows that Nami is...
Here, I think it's inting.
He gets...
Because Nami here is spotted on the ward. Like, look, Nami crosses... look how many wards they cross, right? They cross so many wards, so he knows that this is coming. Let's see.
He knows that Nami is missing and Wukong, so he goes a bit to the left to check if something is gonna happen, if they're invading or not. But he ends up getting killed anyway, so this death is kinda justified. I wouldn't say it's inting.
It's inting. It's inting.
It's like...
By my definition of the word inting, so it's inting. It's like... It's really int.
His team and need blasting plant over without, and Perk is pushing bot, and he's just gonna take the blasting plant and Kaiser are both on mid.
Here, this one is arguable. Let's see what Memento says, because he spots Lucian Nami going to topside. His natural inclination is that Wukong is also topside.
The wave, and Perk is pushing bot, and he's just gonna take the blasting plant over without knowing where anyone is. And he's just charging at Adam. So this one is not justified. This is inting.
We just disagree on everything. Like, here, I understand the thought process. I understand the thought process. Lucian Nami are spotted on top side. But... another layer of it.
Perk is pushing both.
Another layer of it. If Akali is not contesting the neutral wave, you can actually read that Wukong is bot, right? We have to look at the information. It's like, is the enemy playing topside? Akali is spotted, and now Lucian Nami are hovering top, and they're spotted. Now Nami is spotted. Nami is spotted, Akali is spotted. And then the continuation is like, you could make the read if Akali is not pushing this neutral wave, that Wukong should be bottom side. The main argument in my mind for why he's inting is that there's no way in God-given's earth that they dive Kesante. No way. No way, Jose.
And he's just gonna take the blasting plant over without...
like they're not diving Kesante here. Like they are just not.
Knowing where anyone is. And he's just charging at Adam. So this one...
So you know, in hindsight, you know, I can also say that this is inting.
Any backup, and he just decided to walk in blindly without knowing where Wukong was. So that's 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3 inting. So if you're wondering why the hell I'm wearing different clothes today, it's because I messed up. I forgot to review his 4th death, and I end up the entire video, this 4th death, while he's doing his red buff, and in the meantime, Vitality is making a cross map bot side. So he just took his red buff and he starts making a cross map bot side. And in the meantime,
Yeah, here the main thing is just he needs to just pull the red into topside, right? And then peace out.
So he just took his red buff and he starts walking in to check if Nash is actually being done by the enemy team. And
Like this is just a really, really awkward play by Vitality. It's like looking to kill here, Adam is really troll. It's just really bad, in my opinion. It's just bad.
So I'm gonna go over this fourth death while he's doing his red buff.
Because keep in mind, Gwen doesn't have TP as well. It's like here, they just lose the map completely. So it's like, Vi doesn't really have a good decision. Right? Because the enemy could just leash Nash, Wukong is not going to take damage, and then look for turn. Azir has TP, I guess that's one way, right? But you can look for a good fight. But the main issue of this is that they actually can't kill Kisanti. It's like 150 armor, right? I mean, MR.
In the meantime, Vitality starts walking in to check if Nash is actually being done by the enemy team.
But also here, it's like they have a blue trinket, right? They have a blue trinket, they have Ashy, so there's layers to it as well, right? It's like in hindsight is, okay, you have blue trinket, you have Ashy, you don't need to necessarily check, you can play time. So it's like, for me, inting is like a mistake, right? That is costly.
So he just took his red buff and he starts walking in to check if Nash is actually being done by the enemy team. So it's kind of not inting, he's just looking for the Nash because he knows that he's bot lane or that they're making a cross map. Could he not die there? Yes. Nash, shots, death. They're contesting over an objective. Ends up getting knocked over by Adam. So
Here, honestly, Adam just kind of smurfed it. He just bent him like Beckham, you know?
Ends up getting knocked over by Adam.
I think Adam just was a really good player.
Justified. It's not his fault. Adam played well and he got him out of the pit. So in his fifth death, Neon gets caught out. And he has to go in and try to make something happen. Ends up getting knocked over and completely focused down. So Neon got caught. So he was not that generally you're being good and being that Shio has been caught up, manages to pull out his W and get a little bit further away and flashes out. And as he's trying to go back, he gets caught up by the Nami and get a
I think this is just a bad play.
He decides to go for
like obviously they are looking to leverage the fact that Akali is on bot, but they're going to be engaging on a Wukong with Motius W. He can buy time easily, and Akali can just TP and play the game, right?
For the ultimate, but Shio manages to pull out his
like at this point, you have to be more considerate of the fact that a lot of these things are a team decision, you know?
And basically, so he decides to see that
it's like
man back, he gets a good opportunity. There's a lot of risks to win the game. Decided to turn on Adam, but so now to his 9th death. They're doing Nash. And they decided to turn on Adam, but Adam ulti is the same.
Yeah, not hinting.
I would say perks before. Ulti is delusion. And he feels that he has to look for some sort of engage 4v4. Bot side by Shio.
Yeah, the issue with this death is we just don't see the situation. My man's just getting waved and he's 1 HP. He's just 1 HP, right? Yes, please, Angel, I would like some tea. I would love some tea. Thank you.
For some sort of engage 4v4. Ult is delusion. Lucian somehow like teleports to the other side of the map. Like, seriously? Lucian? Teleports to the other side.
But here, it's like...
First is caught on bot side by Shio. And he feels that he has to look for some sort of...
Because I don't agree with what Memento says here, you know? That he feels the need to look for some kind of engage because Wukong's a bot. He's plain and simple getting caught here. Like, there is nothing... Like, there is nothing here. My man's just getting caught. Like before this, it's like we pan over. It's like here you see that right now Vi is pushing forward. But look, Varus is going mid to catch. Everyone's moving forward, and Bo is posturing, and they don't. I don't think this is like that winning. You know, sure they're trading Azir for Wukong. Maybe there's an idea there. Maybe. But my man's just like when it pans over, it's already like the fight is already over. Look where Varus is. Varus went to mid, and then Bo was pushing forward. Bo probably wanted to fight. He thought that without enemy having Wukong, they can win. Gwen can 1v9, something like this. Maybe this is thought process. But my man is already like, the fight is done before anything.
For some sort of engage 4 before. Ultis the Lucian. Lucian somehow like teleports to the other side of the map. Like, seriously. Lucian, like the second he ultis him, Lucian is here. You know, Lucian will fly to Africa and go all the way to the bush. So he ultis him and he's like, I don't know, like honestly,
Bro, he dashed.
I thought it looked good. Lucian was ulting, so it makes sense to ult him. But it's not. And wait, was it 2? I'm looking for a kill. So before, it's nothing level 2. She has WE. She can't even move. Potato when you're playing Vi, like Vi inting. This is what inting looks like on.
This is what inting looks like. He just pulls up an Ivan clip. Here, Ivan, it's like Ivan made the mistake.
So before you say
It's like Ivan did the red into bottom side and he avoided the ward on Raptors. I think here, if Ivan just did Gromp instead of blue, it's GG, by the way. He only loses blue. He has level 3. He can actually maybe fight back. Trundle is Giga OP and Vi is really weak.
say Bo is inting, this is what inting looks like on Vi. You see the Trundle on the Gromp, and you know you're level 2, and you're a goddamn potato when you're playing Vi. Like, Vi has nothing level 2. She has WE. She can't even move. While Trundle has this big club, like, beating the shit out of any champion.
Like, this is troll. Like, this is really troll. But keep in mind, the key thing here, right, is the Gromp. The Gromp is essential. Grompy. The Grompy. Why is Grompy essential, guys? Say it after me. Because you need Gromp or Golems to reach level 3. Say it after me, guys. Grompy makes your level go pompy. Level 3.
In the game. And he knows Trundle's level 3, and he just walks up, doesn't even take the small wolf. I don't think it would make him hit level 3. This is int. This is inting.
This was inting.
Most of the time was... Man, get the he's exonerated. Exonerated. Man, get the fuck out of here. What's up, guys?
Alright. Big up for Memento, guys. Give up for Memento. You know, like we have to support the homies that are doing the content. Big up for Memento, you know. He's cooking. You know, he's cooking. I'm gonna link you guys the video in the chat, and you guys can maybe leave a like to the boy, you know, because we reacted to him. I hope he doesn't feel too bad. I hope you know, God bless him. God bless him. Is Dignitas dead? Boring. Former LEC player Memento tries casting an LEC game, looking for feedback, negative or positive. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to that. Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, is it time? Let's take a look at these voice comms. Let's listen to 100 Thieves voice comms. Let's do it. Why not? Let's listen to some 100 Thieves voice comms. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right.
Oh, hello. Testing.
Hello.
Yo.
What's up, Milan?
What's up, John? You ready to win today?
His name is Milan.
I'm born ready.
Is that a thing?
I'm like afraid I'm gonna break the f***ing monitor by trying to adjust it slightly.
Yeah,
so
same.
I'm over
That's
it.
why I'm not doing it, but
Fine, just break it, worst case.
Nah,
You guys are so strong and muscular.
yeah.
Holy.
oh, you've been hitting the gym recently?
It's actually crazy.
Kappa Pride.
8 seconds my cube as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, closer. Look away, guys.
I'm
On the
trading.
cannon?
Oh my god. It's good. I don't think we can even trade here. I'll just full clear here.
You
Brack.
creeper.
Thank you.
I can't
You little.
It's good.
I can't believe
I don't think we
it.
can even trade here. I'll just full clear here.
You little griefer.
Thank you.
Love you, Gary. He has ulti?
Yeah. Look here, look here. I can flash.
Armutke? Oh no, Armutke, please, Armutke.
Just don't die, Milan.
Yeah, you kill him.
Victor is coming.
You kill him. Nice, good play.
Sedge maybe in lane.
I just.
Yo, the crazy thing is, he fucked up his Q flash, but Jensen flashed anyway, dude.
Look, Lame.
I'm busy.
Let's get out. Oh, actually,
Dive after. He's 1 HP.
Victor can TP.
Yeah, maybe Cassante runs from base. Nice. Good
Nice
play.
job, guys.
Yeah, we got the place as well.
Keep thinking about
Shielding.
tempo.
I'm so fed, by the way. Zeri is fed too. Good job.
The CEOs.
Yes, sir.
I'm exiting.
Bro, they're completely chilling, by the way.
I'm ulting Seju.
These guys are completely chilling.
I'm gonna look at you.
Respect,
I think
man.
you're just dead.
Okay, I'm just dead.
What went wrong?
Cassante flanked me and killed me instantly.
Okay,
I got Sedge ulted,
Yeah.
and we're all like in one spot.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Picture TP top.
He just
Oh,
got a
nice.
fight Cassante, I
Well,
think.
this, honestly, the comms are super
He
nice.
can tank this at all. We can never lose.
Just wait.
Also, Sejuani got my kill, so it's whatever.
Oh, clear.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Mark the Sedge ult. Okay.
Yeah.
We're hitting front to back.
I'm gonna die. Just hit fronts. Kite.
Have to get up here.
Swinging, so
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
go.
With Zeri. With Zeri.
Double lift?
Sejuani.
block.
Is that vintage double lift?
It's good. Just
Okay.
keep
You're double
keep
Peter?
Peter.
In front. He
Yeah,
goes
Björkson?
Flash Victor.
Okay.
I don't know if
Don't
Björkson
flash
has
Victor.
CDs on spells.
Yeah, Peter is gonna
No
go
flash, no
crazy.
flash.
Okay.
Here?
I'll block.
Okay.
Ball wave. Peter,
He's
you're
good.
calling?
He
This
wasted
is
ult.
good,
He
this is
wasted
good.
ult.
We could go. We could
I
go.
wanna
This
go.
looks
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
This looks good.
Wait, Sedge.
Switch.
Nice.
I have a knock up on backline.
Look here.
Lucian. Flash.
Victor, no flash.
Busio has been pretty decent, I think.
Soul, by the way.
Yeah.
Busio.
Yeah, I think we can do both.
Bro, if you're in Britain and you call someone Busio,
I think we.
bro,
Okay, we have last whisper now. We are online.
someone's gonna get insulted.
I want to always play with
Hey,
the
you
confidence that you guys
Busio.
are fucking Sejuani ult, okay?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, I will block for Aziz, or you block for Zeri.
Yo, they can be cheesing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call up the mandem.
I wanna
Oh,
dive
Nami
here.
ult, slowly.
After the turrets.
Yeah.
Can we get a turret and dive? I'm
take that,
ulting
take that.
Seju. I'm ulting Seju.
Yeah.
Yeah, take the turrets.
Yeah, hit.
Yeah, how broken is Owen, by the way?
I'm finishing turret.
Nami has flash soon.
How broken is Owen?
I have Zonya.
This Drake is also so OP.
Take this.
Nice,
Good
Peter.
Good game, guys. Good game.
game, guys.
Nice.
The CEOs.
Yeah, we have the CEOs of North America.
The double CEO. Maybe 3. Azir too.
Azir might be a CEO pick.
Good job.
Yeah, the
team.
ops, they be some Busios.
Wait, I'm fine. I'm gonna go bot here.
Oh, Saj.
Don't f guys. It's not a scrim, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, Björkson.
I have ulti. Can we fight?
Okay. I can move up. I'm a little bit chunked, but
I'm going.
I'm moving up. Okay, good luck winning.
I think, you know, a team with the leadership, you know, a team with the leadership of Björkson and Doublelift, there's no way you'd imagine that these guys are not going to be able to achieve their ceiling, right? The main question with a roster like this is, what is the actual ceiling? Is it greater than any of the other teams? That is hard to imagine. But with a roster like this, you imagine they hit the ground running. They figure out how they want to play the game. They figure out an identity quick. They have players that know how they can achieve success. But in terms of hands, you know, usually hands is what kind of defines the potential, you know? I think that they will always struggle to break through the top end, you know? That is like the main thing. It's just that mid and AD is such a very important role. I think that 100 Thieves is definitely the type of team that is going to really, really capitalize on the chaos that every team is experiencing, right? That is how I define 100 Thieves. It's like, I would say that 100 Thieves is like a better version of what Team Heretics is, in theory. But I think Team Heretics, due to like Jack Spectra, I think they have like a potential to reach a little bit of a higher ceiling, because a player like Jack Spectra, you want to give him a little bit more time, right? Because the main thing for 100 Thieves is if Bjergsen and Doublelift manage to find like higher peaks, I will be so fucking impressed, you know? And I think that is the main thing that is going to be required of them in order for them to win the LCS, you know? And if they manage to do that, I will stand corrected and I will be really, really fucking impressed, you know? But I think this is the type of roster I look at it, and I think they will reach their potential easier than everybody else. But when I think of the rosters of C9 and FlyQuest, and at the beginning of the season, I put Team Liquid in that box too, because when I think Code JJ and Summit, and then Pioshik coming over, you know, like I had high hopes for this, right? But Pioshik seems to exhibit, you know, some of the same issues like he did with DRX, right? And that's the issue, right? I think it's hard for me to imagine 100 Thieves ever being much better than C9 or FlyQuest. And I think C9 and FlyQuest, I think there is the main issue for me when I start the conversation of C9 FlyQuest versus Vitality and G2 is that I think FlyQuest and C9, even though they have less games because they've only played 4 games each, right? I think that they have shown that they're a little bit more complete, but I feel like the opposition is so much weaker. Like, I think the average field in the LCS is so much weaker. So even though G2 and Vitality, they are very incomplete teams, it's very hard to judge. Very hard to judge. And I think there's a world where if someone told me FlyQuest would beat everybody, like if someone told me FlyQuest is the best team in the West, I could see the arguments for it. But it's just so hard to judge because they are just stomping kids, you know? It's like, it's literally, you know, it's rough, you know? So that's where the conversation becomes harder. Because Vitality have some glaring issues. G2 have some glaring issues, right? FlyQuest looks very complete, but they look complete against shit opposition. It is Kanye and the wheelchair basketball team. It's literally that. And I didn't want to say it, but now you said it. So I can... No, you said it.
Yeah. Okay. They're gonna go me, they're gonna go me. No. Okay. I hope you come back to me.
Yeah, Busio is a bit on a rampage.
Gangplank on me.
Busio just baited GP to focus on vibes.
He's like over here. Let's do Baron.
It's a gangplank flank.
It's okay. We're pretty insecure, guys. But
Yeah, it's fine. That's okay.
We're pretty insecure.
Yeah, GP's I'm threatening like a dive right now.
okay. I'll just play in the front.
Malphite, don't guys. Malphite.
You go.
Yeah.
I'm ulting you. Just that.
It's very important to be honest about your shit, you know?
Get him.
Honestly, from the little that we heard, these are some clean comms. They're not shouting, not too crazy. They're taking it easy. I think that you know, this is a very good look. A very good look. Like it's I really like what I was hearing. Very calm, very collected. It's like, you know, nuggets of information there, you know. Some questions, some conversation about what they should clean up and so forth. With the little that we saw in this VOD, I think it's very nice. Comms are clean when you're winning, not necessarily. Bro, we saw Vitality, you know, comms when they want to fight and they are calling for Baron and you hear them say Baron 30 times. You know, and obviously their situation is a little more challenging because they need to figure out some things, right? But that calmness is not super easy to achieve, you know? Sometimes, you know, you win a fight, the adrenaline kicks in, and they, you know, they go hard, you know? It's like the adrenaline kicks in, and then it's like, the positive emotion can also take over. Negative emotion can also take over. Like being centered, regardless of what's going on, is key, you know? It's like stress and anxiety before a match. If it is framed in the right way and your body is in the right place, it could also be framed in a way that it's excitement and you know, a positive sense of stress, right? And, you know, any emotion can be positive, any emotion can be negative. You know, it's all about the framing of it and how aware you are of yourself as a person. Anything that distracts you from acting in a way that pushes your values forward, and like when you're not acting in unison with what your values are, you know, it's tricky. I don't know here what Lucian was buying, bruv. I wondered if Lucian was like, I'm gonna go Kraken Navori into IE, and he's like, fuck, I can't buy IE, so I'm gonna buy Cyrillas. Do you guys think this is what happened with this with the Lucian build? That's crazy. All right, that's a good video. Very nice, very nice, very cool. Yankos on what's wrong with Fnatic and players. Let's take a listen. Oh, it's 5 minutes long. 5 minutes long, guys. It's crazy. NA Lucian is just built different. Top 5 plays of the week from Live Free Nation. Last Free Nation, sorry.
This is Mad Monte Cristo from Last Free Nation, bringing you our first top 5 weekly plays from...
Yeah, I didn't know Monte Cristo was a blood.
Hell yeah!
He's a blood. What up, blood?
Starting off at number 5, we have...
What is this?
The Shy up
Is this...
in top lane and winning an epic 1v1 versus Bin's Renekton. Check it out.
Let's watch the Shy make some crocodile boots out of Bin on Cassante. He tags around the edge of the Dominus, avoiding most of that damage. Bin goes all in, gets the Shy low with an empowered W.
He's low.
Dances around the outside, waiting for that Renekton ult to end. All out. Bin slices and dices. He's going to find himself on the wrong end of the lane. Shy drops a ward to hit a Q.
Very important Q there.
His W with all out. Q3 into a kill. The Shy wins the
Here, Bin made a mistake by being in range of Q at the edge of the bush.
4, we have BDS bot laners Crowny and Labrov winning a come from behind 2v2 to take 2 kills.
Oh, is this Hansama's int?
Now this play in the LEC may start a little bit ugly for Crowny and Labrov, but they may...
Yeah, Labrov ints. And then Hansama ints, and then Lucian ints a bit, and then Crowny repairs it.
Before the ignite or the slow comes down, Flash still gets him into the brush.
Oh,
Labrov here, he saves that heal for when the ignite ticks.
Look at that double Q from Crowny.
Healing on Crowny, and he is able to turn this around with the Lucian as Labrov
Boom.
chases Hansama into that brush. Crowny turns
Boom.
on to Mickey, and thanks to some Nami
Boom.
and Lucian passives, they are able to complete 2 kills and get a 2 for nothing.
This video is sick, by the way.
Spot, we have Qingtian from Top Esports playing the most metal of all champions, Darius, and winning a 1v3.
Oh, this is a good play. I love this play.
Darius, well, it's for you. We start here by getting ulted and ignited, but that doesn't stop Qingtian from making the massive outplay. Cube goes all in. Strive on the roam on the Caston will also use Rift Walk. Qingtian goes into the brush, gets the CC, and then hits
oh no,
on
Strive really griefed.
And the Camille, double ult, triple ult onto Leon, and then another sweet spot for the Darius.
Brother Cassidon
for the triple kill.
At number 2 this week, we have Ruler.
That should be okay against Cassante, yes.
Zeri and Yumi. Now the champions
oh, this is also a sick play.
But they can put out some damage.
Fuck that cat.
See when they win this 2 versus 2.
For our number 2 play, We've got one of the top players in the entire world, Ruler, with an impressive 2v4 on Zeri with missing on Yuumi. Is it a little unfair with these champs? Sure, but Ruler still works some magic here.
Rito, please.
On to Photic, he's going to go ahead and force the cleanse, and then the flash by using that Yuumi ult. Ruler will dash over the wall, get hit by a VIQ flash, start kiting backwards, dodge a Nami bubble, flash forward to finish the kill. Green
1 second, I need to grab my tea. Thank you, Andrew. Two-door coupe, hopping out. Like Jack in the Box. Oh no, now you guys see my recommended. Oh no. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm proud of my recommended. Look, that's Asmongold. That's Last Free Nation, baby. It's more Asmongold. It's fucking when you overqualify for your job. And then it's this. KSI kissing Logan Paul. Is that hentai? I wish.
Sidesteps that Silas CC.
Don't spill it. Come on, man.
And then finishes it off with another wall ride for the final kill onto Dream. That is a triple kill in a
I like the whip.
And number 1, we have international Genji superstar Chovy, using his Rise ult to interrupt a teleport and making sure his team gets a game-altering tower dive.
Now, this play from the legendary Chovy might not look impressive at first glance because he's not even in it. But it's his stop on the teleport from Cassiopeia by using the Rise ultimate. It allows Genji's dive to work right here. See that TP cancel
Burdle!
Chovy in the mid lane, realm warping in and making sure Closer can't turn the fight around. Now, what made this play so gosh darn impressive? Let's take another look and sit around.
Bro, I just assumed because it's first place that it's gonna be like a super dank, you know, super dank IRL montage, because I haven't seen this game and it just wasn't. Let's take a look at this again. I have to look at it through the lens of with brain. I was looking at it like, fuck yeah,
and
trucks
sure
and shit.
His team gets a game-altering tower dive.
Now, this play from the legendary Chovy might not look impressive at first glance because, hell, he's not even in it. But it's his stop on the teleport from Cassiopeia by using the Rise ultimate. It allows Genji's dive to work right here. See that TP canceled on the
okay, that's dank. That's dank.
In the mid lane,
that's dank.
In and making
that is dank, guys.
Can't turn the fight around. Now, what made this play so gosh darn impressive? Let's take another turn.
Wait, bro. One question though. If Rise, I guess he can just phase rush away. But if Rise is ulting you, bro, like if if Rise is ulting you and he's about to root you, you fucking spam press R, by the way.
Fight around. Now, what made this play so gosh darn impressive with Minion Waver Award? He would have to TP way back to the turret in the top lane that belongs to Genji.
Yeah. Cassie would murder everybody, for sure. Cassie would murder everyone here. It's a good play, respect. Good play, guys. Good play. Good play. Deserved first place.
And go ahead and stop that Cassiopeia with Realm Warp and his root.
Okay, so let's see. Yeah.
The dive play prevents Cassiopeia from ulting his teammates under the turret and ultimately snowballs Genji to a win.
Thank you for watching Last Free Nation's Top 5 Plays of the Week.
Nice.
Be sure to subscribe on YouTube and TikTok to get all the clips of the best action in League of Legends.
No, it's a good clip. The last clip is good, guys. The last clip is good. Respect the last clip. Monte Cristo knows. He knows the disaster that would have occurred if this wasn't the case. Like, he knows. Respect, man. Respect. Respect, guys. You know what it reminds me of? Let me show you. Car commercial. high octane testosterone. Where is it? Insane car commercial. Satire. This one.
If you're dumb enough to buy a new car this weekend, you're a big enough schmuck to come to Big Bill Hell's Cars. Bad deals. Cars that break down. Thieves. If you think you're gonna find a bargain at Big Bill, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker. You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your title. Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. That's right, we'll fuck your wife. Because it's Big Bill Hell. You're fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to Big Bill Hell. Home of challenge pissing. That's right, challenge pissing. How does it work? If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Don't wait. Don't delay. Don't fuck with us or we'll rip your nuts off. Only at Big Bill Hell. The only dealer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute after you write us a check. And it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big Bill Hell's Cars. Baltimore's filthiest and exclusive home of the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Maryland. Guaranteed.
I love this video. This is some high-end boomer humor. Look. Bro, I just get this recommended to me on cooldown, by the way. I've watched this video like 50 times. I didn't tweet that I'm live, guys. Is Atlas on crack? Okay, I watched this video way too many times. We can move on, guys. Alright. What do we do now? Alright, guys, do we just cook? Do we cook? Can you please watch what happened to Blanco, the Italian singer that yesterday destroyed the scene? And so, I don't know, bro. Alright, 13-1B. LEC. Alright, guys. We are doing research. I'm doing research, okay? So let's take a look at the patch notes, okay? I'm just going to read them once again. GP compensation nerfs because of the buffs of the items. I think this is a pretty big deal. The Heimerdinger change, okay? Kassadin E cooldown is a pretty big deal too. Q damage. I think this is just a flat out nerf because Kindred already had like decent itemization, but maybe there's like a Navori second build or something like this. People maybe play Gale Force, something like this. Maybe there's some room, you know. Lilia, I think if anything for these changes, I'm thinking that Lilia top could be something that comes up. I could imagine someone play Lilia against Keisante. That could be like one. Maybe we see Lilia against Keisante. That could be something. I think Lilia top, low-key, very strong. And I think these buffs are very, very good for her. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Lilia top show up. Lucian arm is still OP. I don't think these changes matter at all. I don't give a shit about these changes. And here's Maokai. I think bonus damage to monsters. I don't think this is enough to dent his clear speed. I think this is perfectly fine. Magic damage, 6% bonus health, 40% AP. The flat damage is the same. And then empowered sapling magic damage, the scaling is reduced. That is perfectly fine. I think Maokai is still OP tier. Right, we have the demonic embrace change, but I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters enough. Japanov, thank you very much. Nami, ebb and flow, so we have 10 damage. You know, in some situations, AP scaling is up, so it balances out. Main thing here is like the healing isn't changed, which is, I think, is important. Let's say, theoretically, if you get a best case scenario of Nami, it's like, Nami, if you think about the fact that she might lose, like, let's say 20 damage if this bounces twice, it's very rare in situations that you get the double bounce off, and getting the double bounce off is already very premium. So getting nerfed when the double bounce happens matters less. At 10 damage off of this, I think is perfectly fine. I think that Lucianami should, still be OP. I still think that this lane will be very played, especially because like Yuumi is nerfed and so forth. I think that this change is not enough, and Lucian is going to have, you know, some benefit with the changes. Okay, Orianna, I think these buffs are really, really big. I think that Orianna is going to be played a lot, especially because TikTok is really popping off right now. Like, all the Zoomers love TikTok. I'm not serious. I think these level numbers is also pretty decent. It's not that big of a deal. I think this change is very beneficial. You know, another thing that Orianna really likes is the fact that Orianna is one of the tier buyers, and the fact that Archangel is like a reasonable item. You know, going mythic into Archangel, please no roll of ages, can be very good, and you will feel not so bad about spamming W. Tier is a decent item on her, and then the shockwave change is also massive, bro. This is really big. I think Orianna is looking quite strong. Like, this is crazy to me. Like, this is massive. Like, this Q chain is also super good for lane. I think that Orianna will see much more play after these buffs. Rise, make them remember you. Rise. 4 magic resistance down is a very big deal. This matters a lot for lane, because Rise is short range and he usually eats shit to push the wave, right? And this will limit the amount of shit he can eat by a little bit. I think this is fine. I think also it's like Orianna is a champion that gets picked into Rise. So like buffing Orianna and nerfing Rise on the same patch, I think matters. I do think Rise was really OP. I think that a lot of the teams that were losing on Rise were not leveraging his ult enough and not leveraging how strong he is in the early prio department. And I think that they're also not leveraging how strong he is in terms of contesting sides. So I think this is, you know, a fair nerf. Definitely a fair nerf. Udyr, Q, AD scaling decreased, attack speed increased, R base damage decreased. Okay, I was of the opinion that Udyr is really OP. So, like, I still think after these changes, Udyr is OP. So, like, I still think, I'm hoping that Udyr gets to see play, because I think this champion is Busta Rhymes broken. Really, really strong. I think this still keeps him in the strong. Yuumi, completely deleted. I think Yuumi is completely deleted. Like, we don't need to look at her ever again. Where will we see Yuumi? Yuumi might be like picked as maybe like a 5 pick. Maybe it's going to be like a very, very strict counter pick where you have a comp that can really, really leverage Yuumi. But the fact that you don't get that much adaptive force, the AP scaling on E is gone, and you can't lane so well, you know, goodbye. Goodbye. Bye, 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 little Sebastian. Okay, we move on. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. I really like this buff. I really like this buff. Because a big issue for Zoe is that durability patch really put her in the ground. And she would just be outscaled. Like, she would just be outscaled when the enemy had mercs. Oh, the enemy has mercs? Oh, I guess I can go fuck myself. I think this is a great buff. You know, I don't think it's that extreme, because it's only applying that MR reduction to one ability. So I don't think this is like a super monster buff, but I think this is interesting enough, you know? I think this is interesting enough. Zoe is a champion that, like, the way she works, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 needs to snowball in a lot of cases. Very RNG oriented. This is what I hate about Zoe, is the fact that she has bubbles on minions. I think being able to pick up summoner spells and so forth, you know, yeah, sure, it makes this champion unique, but the whole bubble thing is really stupid to me. Really stupid. It's like, it would be cool if instead of bubbles, let's say every 2 minutes, she would be able to pick a summoner spell out of 3. and then it would be like a lot more consistent, right? I think the whole idea of bubbles, it's like you lane against Zoe and then, oh nice, she just got a bubble on the wave. She got heal and now I'm fucked. And that part of it is really stupid. That part of it is really, really stupid. In terms of Zoe scaling, this is a good solution for Zoe scaling. But yeah, there was a time where you could teleport on Redemption. That shit was crazy. Really, really crazy. Really nuts. But in the context of the meta, I don't see, like, maybe she could be picked into maybe Silas blind, solo AP cases. You know, let's say you have Vi, Renekton, Zoe, you have like some early game composition. Zoe is, you know, not so bad at looking to snowball the game. But the issue is, if the enemy mid laner can just buy mercs, you are really rough, you know? Fighter item adjustments, okay. Eclipse, okay. Ravenous Hydra, okay. Okay. No ability haste some more. Death Stance, no ability haste. Black Cleaver, okay. Pogers. Grievous Wounds. Chemtech Putrefier, worst item in the game. Really shit. Don't buy this. Just buy Oblivion Orb and buy other items that are useful. This is interesting. The 10 magic penetration is quite neat. This makes this item interesting. I see it as a 4th item buy. I think it could be very interesting. Could be situations, like let's say you lane against Silas, you rush Morello over your mythic. Maybe that's something, but I'm not confident enough to say that it's really good. I would have to think about it a lot more and maybe sit down and do the math, and it's not something that I've done. But I think Morello is a good filling item, 4th item. It is, it's cool. It's cool. It's like, this is going to be, it's like in the spots that people bought this item, like let's say you're going into a Drake fight or you're going into, you know, some situation that is going to be game defining, like finishing this item won't feel as horrible and it will like feel okay, you know? Where's the Actimel? I already drank it. So now I'm drinking tea here with my TFT cup that I got as a gift from Elena. Alright, we continue. Execution is calling. Chem Punk. Lord Dominic's. Here guys, never finish Thornmail. Like really, don't finish Thornmail anymore unless it's like... Thornmail is like only on those really unique champions that are really, really good, you know? Like you can just sit on Bramble Vest and buy other shit, you know? Like this item is for like, I don't know. On most tanks, when you're trying to 1v9, you'd rather buy Sunfire Cape. If you're trying to like get damage in your build to try to 1v9 the game. Thornmail is a very awkward item. Like this is, like Bramble Vest really good, but his uncle, Thornmail, not so good. Infinity Edge and Avoid Quick Blade. We talked about this many times on the stream. We talked about it many times on the stream. Demonic Embrace. I think this is perfectly fine. I think what's so beautiful about Demonic Embrace is that the stat allocation is just so damn good. You know? Very, very good. Essence Reaver. This is monstrous. I don't know why they gave it 10 more AD. I really don't know. Like, Essence Reaver, when it gave 55 AD the last time, everyone and their mother bought it. It's like, this just screams to me like terror in solo queue. Absolute terror in solo queue. Like, I just imagine a world now where every assassin and their uncle and their mother is just buying like Duskblade of Drektar into Essence Reaver IE, and they're just one-shotting kids all over the map. And that's it. Okay, so we have the patch notes down. All right, let's take a look at what the pros are playing, okay? This is a very nice website that I like to use, okay? Very nice website. This is 31.b, and it kind of shows you trends on what people like to play. It's a good place to start, you know? Here you begin to see, you're not going to be able to find outliers here, but you're going to kind of see a general trend of what people like to play. This site is called Pro Build Stats. I really like this site, right? So It is filtered by play rate. So the further you are on the right, the higher the pick rate is, and then the further is up is the win rate, right? So for example, here the pick rate of Rise is relatively low in top, right? Has a great win ratio, but you shouldn't judge it off of that, right? Because the pick rate is 1.2%, so it's very low. And then if you look at, for example, Jax, the pick rate is 13.5%. That is pretty decent, you know. That's pretty, you know. You can clearly see that Jax is something that is in the mind of most pros, right? So here, there's nothing really that stands out, right? Nothing too crazy. I think that there is nothing here that we can really add in the context of 13.1.b, right? I think top lane, maybe we'll see an higher extension, a higher prio on GP. I think that Camille, I feel like Aatrox is kind of in a rough spot now. I think a lot of his items got worse. I think Camille is also not in the best spot, right? Because keep in mind 13.1 is like a very long patch, right? So it's like it's very strange to make complete judgments of this. Who is it counting as pros? Like just pros in, I think, in most regions. We continue. We just say check out everything here. Jungle, okay. Sylas, like this for example, like I'm not gonna think that people are gonna play Sylas because Sylas is a turbo solo queue jungle, right? Vi, okay. We have Wukong, nothing too crazy here. This is the Nidalee Enjoyers, Poppy, Diana, Talia. These champions are not doing so well, okay. Gragas, I think, is really, really good. I think Zac is also super interesting. We'll continue. Middle. Orianna's picking up some pace. Jace is a big one. Rise, Sylas, okay. Bot lane, okay. This is a very unique looking graph because the 55% win ratio is so low. Okay. Let me think now. Iceborne.gg. So we are going to start with our top lane tier list. Okay, so we're gonna workshop this as we go. I think this is a good one. We start with Jackson S. Let's just drag all of the champions we need in here. Dragoon, Fiora, GP, K'Sante, Gwen, Chase, Irelia, Ornn, Malphite. Let's see, Olaf, Kennen, Lilia, Aatrox, Darius, Reggaeton. What else? Seth, Sion. What else? Rumble. Mordecai is a show we can add. Let's Yone. Urgot, Singed. Kled. And here below, let's call this the E tier. Gnar, yeah, Gnar we can put in here. Let's see, it's Garen. Udyr. Zac we can put in for sure. Zac is an interesting one. Good shout, my friends. What else do we cook here? My friends? What else are we missing? Is there anything that I would... Lilia's there. Drink tea? I'll drink tea, okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're not gonna talk. Lissandra still viable top. When's the last time you saw Lissandra top? Last time you saw Lissandra top was like 2015, dude. Karma. Now that's a good shout. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Karma's a good one. Karma's good. Rise top. Rise top is legit. Ilaoi. I think Ilaoi has some cases. It's just that basically I would like to focus primarily on champions that I believe are going to be played and champions that I believe could be played. Right? Ornn we can put, yeah, but Ornn is there. Shen is picked sometimes. Guys, this is not a tier list yet, okay? This is not a tier list. Nothing is done yet. I'm just dragging all the champions in, okay? So relax. Relax, guys. I didn't put Rise, Karma, Akshan in E tier, okay? Graves top. Is that really a thing? Can you guys provide me with some proof? What's interesting about Graves top? What's happening with Graves top? People actually playing Graves top. Sample size. Bro, we broke the app 3 hours ago. EU, jungle, top lane. Robo from Loud. These all jungle. Impact. Impact played a little Graves game. Shield bow into Navori. Robo again. Carias. Papara Supermassive. End of the line. Okay. No changes. Yeah, Gravestop was meta. Gravestop was meta when EDG won Worlds, right? 2021. Like Graves was picked every single game. Yeah, I could see the Ravenous Hydra change is very beneficial for Graves. That's fair, yeah. I can see that. I could see that for sure. Yeah, I don't know. You guys were telling me Kana plays it? He's not here. I sent his obi.gg. Mate. This is a jungle Graves. Okay, here he played one. Okay. I don't know. What would you pick this into? What would you pick this into? But who blinds Fiora? I just don't see when you would pick Graves top. When would you pick Graves top, guys? I've seen a couple of Fiora blinds in LPL. You need to say it's important that you pay attention to the name tag. So this is a decent amount of Graves game. But let's isolate this, because this is after 13.1.b. Not so sure about this rapid fire cannon that he buys every game. The rapid fire cannon looks kind of weird. I feel like, wouldn't you just be happier to have BT, you know? Ravenous Hydra does sound really OP on Graves. Like that's the main thing that makes me intrigued by this idea of Graves top. Jana top. Jana top. Pretty sure Hydra full lifesteal build is better than full crit build, but a full lifesteal build is still a full crit build, right? I still think I agree with the notion, guys, that that Ravenous Hydra does sound really OP on Graves. That I'm with you 100%. So to make something very clear, guys, is that when I make a tier list, I think about so the factors that I think about is blind pickability, how often the champion is strong. It's a very important characteristic of mine. It's like most champions can find very unique spots where they can be really insane in 1v9. Like let's say you have Jace mid and then you have a fantastic matchup for Karthus top, right? And then you're playing Karthus top, your solo AP, it could be like a fantastic spot and Karthus could 1v9 such a game, right? Or the same thing could be said about Vladimir or so forth, right? And I think the rarity of these spots makes me want to rate them lower because these cases are so unique. Even though there are a lot of champions that can be picked in particular spots and completely 1v9, the odds of it happening is so slim that I would rate it lower on my tier list. Just because a champion is in D, there could be situations where the champion being picked in a specific game could have a higher rating due to the context of every other champion, okay? So that's very important for me that it's clear to you guys that I rate champions based off of the context to the meta in all other roles and also the context of, just how often they can be picked and how often they are good to be picked, right? That is a very important nuance for me to highlight. Because, let's see now. I know that LS made this tier list, right? 13.3. I think LS made a tier list, right? Let's take a look at it, because I remember I saw some snippets of it, right? It's like in my mind here, I think that my understanding is that he is looking at champions through the lens of they can be really, really insane in some scenarios, and there they can 1v9. But I rate champions more about how often they can be picked. And it's like, I can definitely see a world where in the right draft, Vladimir can be S tier, right? And I understand, and I get that 100%. It's like, when I look at this tier list, I believe my understanding is that Ellis is looking at it through the lens of when it's picked in the right spot, this is how broken its kit is. That's my understanding. And I could be wrong, right? I'm not planning to look through the whole video now, but at least this is my first impression. Because there's definitely games where Warwick is really OP. I think Teemo in some games can be really OP. I can easily see scenarios where Warwick, Teemo, Riven top, Darius top, Udyr top, Ivan top. I can easily see a world where these champions could be insane performance. But the niche cases are so rare that I have to rate it lower. You know? Oh, Gwen here is kind of unique for me. Nara's rather low, okay. Karthus, okay. I think with the idea in mind, I think that Karthus maybe could have more unique spots, okay. Yasuo, I think, is a little bit too high, because I think it's, even in the greatest spots, is not the greatest. I don't think Yasuo belongs here. Zillion top, I'm a believer of. Ziggs top, not so much. But yeah, I get the gist of it, you know? I'm kind of curious to see what else is going on. Zeri top, Samira top, I'm not so sure about this. I don't know enough about it. I could see Zeri working better than Samira, because it's very important when you're playing ranged champs top. It's like how you manage your wave and how you play in correlation to enemy jungle is so important. It's like being stronger in 2v2 is so important. It's like the W spell of Samira is very strong in certain scenarios. Like let's say the enemy mid top jungle is like, let's say, a champion where you get a lot of value from the W and your 2v2 becomes stronger because of that. That's cool. But if you're playing like Samira against Sejuani Renekton, it's like, it's F tier then, you know? So it's like, this is obviously like giga niche, you know? Let's take a look at the rest of the list. I'm curious. Udyr, I'm with him. I think Udyr is broken. Broken. I love Udyr. Yeah, I like Elise a lot too. I like Zac a lot too. I think Gragas is also super strong. I think that's super cool. I think Gragas, Zac, Elise. I think Evelyn just provides way too little in 2v2s. I think it's like the way I view jungle is through the lens of the pro play patterns. And I think that if you're in a world where you're playing some of these junglers and you lose first Drake, you lose first Herald, you lose second Drake, and the value of your champion is not enough to like swing the game back, you can struggle, you know? So here, I think it's a bit rougher. I think Karthus is super strong. I think Fiddlesticks, like basically I'm going to show you guys something. I think Fiddlesticks, like after I saw this video, I think, like look at this video, okay? After this, I think Fiddle is busted. Okay, I'm just gonna fast forward. Look at this. Look how precise this clear is though. This is like, this is fucking, this is what the monks train. They train this in Tibet, by the way. What is that? What is that, son? Wow. This is like the cleanest clear on the planet, by the way. It's easily counterable in pro play. What do you do? What do you do to counter this, by the way? Can you tell me? What do you do to counter this? It's very hard. He just clears his camps too fast. Invade on Raptors. So who's gonna do that? Late invade. Obviously it matters what your top laner can be there, right? Your top laner can play the game. Like, you can't always. It's like Fiddle is not so weak level 1, by the way. I hope you guys know that. Like, if there's no CC and he's just fucking standing there draining you, like, it's not that one-sided. It's not that one-sided. Like, Fiddlesticks level 1 is strong. Just counter it, guys. If I had Adam on Darius and he invades, Fiddle can't do that. Yeah, sure. But then it's like, every jungler in the game gets fucked by that, right? So it's not a Fiddle problem. That's just a jungle problem. Like, if Warwick goes on you level 1 and he 1v2s you and fights you on the camp, it's like, then it's not a Fiddle problem, it's a jungle problem. You get me? Doesn't Heka win 1v1 versus Fiddle? Well, how is that relevant? That's not really relevant now, is it? And it's like, I also don't see a world where, like, Hecarim is Eing towards you, you get feared. Your E runs out, and then you're kind of fucked, no? It's like, it's not that black and white, you know? A jungle is gonna fight the other jungle. It's not that black and white. Obviously, a jungle is a role that is depending on other roles too. But Hecarim invading you, that's cap, you know? That's not gonna happen, by the way. The main thing for me that I am sold on the whole Fiddle idea, right, is I think in the current state of jungle, like, keep in mind, right? Keep in mind, Maokai is seeing so much play, even though he's so fucking weak in his own jungle, is because that the new jungle is super easy to full clear. You're healthy, you're safe, like there's a lot of angles for you, and Fiddlesticks can finish his clear, like, even if you don't do these magic tricks, you know. I think that it's okay, you know, like, you don't need to do like some turbo clear, right? Because like finishing your clear at 3 minutes, because that's what it is, right? It's a jungle full clear speed at 3 minutes. It's like you can base before crab, but it's not like basing on Fiddle is that big of a deal. It's like you're gonna come to lane, you're gonna go there with a dark seal and some boots. Like, it's not gonna be like, wow, now you can fist anyone, you know? It's not really the case. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the rest of this. Don't Orn. Oh, this is 13.3, so I don't even know what I haven't even read the patch notes for 13.3. Okay, this has to be mid lane, right? 13.3. Did they do something to Tristana on 13.3? I didn't read 13.3 yet. I don't think it's... Okay. Let's move on. Okay, let's move on, guys. Let's move on. We're cooking our own little 13.1b tier list. So now the question is, are we missing any top laners? Zilli Vanilli. No, Zilli Vanilli. I think Zilli Vanilli will not be picked, guys. Shen. I think Shen is useless. Illaoi. Bro, I don't think anyone's gonna play Illaoi. Illaoi to me is just... It's like, the spots where you would want to play Illaoi, there's better champions. That's what I'm thinking. I think Maokai top is completely unlaneable. All right, at this point, guys, you're just like talking about champs. Odo played it a few years ago. Played it a few years ago, guys. Shit. Well, he played it a few years ago. All right. So S tier for me, I think GP Jax. I think GP looks super interesting. The fact that I like GP here is I think that he can actually lane into a lot of the matchups. And I think the bruiser items being nerfed, I think that makes it harder for GP. Did you coach Reckless? No, I just played with him. I used to play with him. I think Jax, the fact that he didn't get touched by nerfs at all, I think is crazy to me. I think Jax is so strong. I think that it's super strong. I think that these are two champions that when they picked in the game, they will have such a massive presence. Even if you have like answers into them, I think these champions just have like just a lot of presence. Another thing, right, about Jax, it's like 31.B. It's like Divine. Doesn't get changed. Like this is so surprising to me. It's like they're nerfing all of the items, but Divine Thunder remains the same. Right? That's just crazy. That's just crazy. Jax avoided everything. Jax dodged. He pressed his E and he dodged every nerf. It's like the fact that this item is reworked, or like this buff is really. He's very happy with this buff. Black Cleaver he buys. Most of the time you see Jaxes, what do they buy? They buy Black Cleaver. Sometimes they squeeze a little cheeky. You know, tank item, Frozen Heart, so forth. You know, it's like I think Jax is fantastic. Obviously, both of these two champions, they have answers, but in the context of looking at everything else that is in the game right now, I think that these two champions will find the most cases where they are going to be empowered and do well. I follow that up. I would put Jace in A. I put K'Sante in A. I would want to put. Let's see. I need to look at this. All of these champs here. So remember my metrics, okay? Remember my metrics. I think Jace is super strong. Yeah, what's rough for Camille is that she actually gets hurt by the item changes, in my opinion. Fiora, Ravenous Hydra, I think the change is completely fine for her. Renekton doesn't care about the item changes, right? He's still buying Blade. He's still buying, you know, Prowlers. That's perfectly fine. You know, Blade got a little bit nerfed. I think Olaf, for example, is not so happy with the item changes. You know, Olaf was more Malmortis enjoyer. He was a Death Dance enjoyer. I think that he is going to feel the nerfs, you know? He's definitely going to feel the nerfs. We continue. Let me think a little bit more here. I think honestly Karma is really strong. I think Karma can be picked very often, and I think Karma is a very interesting champion. I think it can be picked very often. You think about the jungle pool, right? The main thing is, right, if Elise, Seju, and Maokai is out of the picture, which is very common, right? I think Karma can be very strong. Imagine you have Kate Lux bot, Wukong jungle, Karma top, and then let's say you have Ryze mid. That is a very strong champion, right? I think that looks super, super good. I think Radiant Virtue is good on Karma, but I think there's definitely games where you should probably buy the other support mythics. I think when you're playing against a composition that doesn't have an easy time reaching you, or you're playing a lane that is very easy, I think that you can work around with it. So I would put Karma in A tier, honestly. I'm a big fan of Karma. I think B tier, I would reserve it to like answers, right? I think this is like the tier of answers, where there's definitely cases where these champions are going to do well. and I think that they are good answers into the above tier, but I think that these are going to be picked in a lot, like a lot less frequent than the champions above them. I think Garen also belongs here. I think it's like this is turning into a little bit of an Adam tier, but I think that these champions are definitely like decent, you know, in some of these cases. I think Lilia also can belong here. Yeah, the issue with Rumble, right, is that you know, Rumble could see play. Let me think about this a little bit more, because I'm doing this live, right? I think Lilia has room to do great things. I personally think that Camille and Aatrox are going to be hard to pull off. Mordecai, Yon, Kled, Kennen. I think Dragoon. Dragoon can be here. I have to admit as well, it's like I'm not so clear. I'm going to add just another tier here. Like I have the humility to say not sure. It's like I would put these homies in the not sure tier. It's like my gut instinct tells me that they are quite low, but I can also admit that I don't know. I would have to like sit down and really explore it, you know? Maybe Camel here. GP Trindamir. Ilawi. Ilawi. Good itemization. Road of Ages. Road of Ages mall fight. There's the Karma. Photon and Bow. Oh, that's an Aram game. Okay. It's an Aram. Why is Garen in this list? I think Garen has potential. I think Garen has potential. That's why he's in the list. Okay. What do you think about Akali? I think Akali is very hard. This is for pro play, guys, and 13.1.B. Yeah, it's like, you know, Olaf can do good in lane, right? Into most matchups. But if you're playing Olaf into many champs, like let's say playing Olaf, it's like Olaf can be good into some specific ADs, but into some other ADs it's a lot worse. And if you're like even or slightly ahead with Olaf, sometimes that's not enough to bolster you through and win you games. It's like Olaf is very strong in solo queue, because in solo queue it's easier to convert your advantages. But Yeah, I think I'm looking at this time and time again, and so I remind you guys of what my criteria is, right? It's like the champions that find themselves strong in more games and their ability to be useful in those games, this is where my head is at, you know? And I think that in the context of the meta in other lanes and in the context of what champions are strong currently, I think that these champions are definitely really, really strong. Gnar is not so low. Like Gnar is on B tier, right? I think that Gnar will be the go-to blind when a lot of these champions are out or if you can't play them. But I think that Gnar is more of a filler pick than anything else. It's like we see those Gnar montages and he's getting these huge ults off, but I think that in a lot of cases relying on that is unrealistic. Gnar's range is relatively low, and a lot of the context around Gnar is that a lot of the things that he wants to do in a fight is very telegraphed, and I think that that's what I have reservations about a champ like Gnar. I think that why Irelia so low? I think that this champion is hurt by the item changes. And I believe that Irelia is like legit. You need to be like some turbo one trick to pull it off. It's like winning games with Irelia is incredibly taxing and hard. Very, very hard. Why? Because if you are caught in the wrong window in your itemization, you can just lose the game on the spot. If the rhythm of the game doesn't follow your timings and you don't have room to fight, and when you fight, like there are situations where you can fight with the relay, you make one mistake and you feel like you're going to be useless for the rest of the game. Sometimes there's just so many conditions that need to be met in order for you to succeed on Irelia, and I think in those cases you can succeed on many other champions too. And that is why I don't like Irelia. If your name is Bin, your name is You Should Know Me, you know, obviously this is not the tier list for the best top laners in the world, right? This is a tier list for very specific, like for a general tier list and more catered towards Europe than anything else. Okay? But okay. I think we start there, guys. That's top lane. Let's put it in the document. Sorry for the flashbang. My issue with Kennen is that I think that in terms of his itemization, he falls off too quickly in lane. And I think in a world where Kennen exists and Doran Shield exists and Second Wind exists, I don't think that Kennen can squeeze anything significant in lane. And I think often you find yourself playing a game where the enemy will have control of a side. And I think if you have control of a side, I think it's very hard to put yourself in situations where you're going to have like these monster flanks and win the game, you know? I think it's very hard to achieve that. I think that Prio on side should allow you to, you know, create situations where you have better position. And I think when Kennen is the worst position, and he can be marked by most players, most champions. I think it's tricky. Do you have any thoughts on attack speed cannon? I am not so sold, but let's look into it. Okay, let's look into attack speed cannon. What's going on the attack speed cannon front? Are people playing it actively? So 3 hours ago, 1 day ago. Okay, one trick pony, attack AP, and then what's happening in what's happening with cannon in competitive? So Zeus played it once and I saw that game. Match list. We had AP Cannon, Billy versus... Oh, of course, this was the game where Bin completely 1v9'd. It's like... If we look at Cannon, right? Like obviously the situation where we remove all of these and we look at this, it's like who are some of these players, you know? It's like it's being picked into Jax, okay. Agresivo picked it into Jax. 369, Biu we talked about. AP, Bugax. Like 6 Karma versus the Kings. I'm not so sure what's up here. Zeus went AD Cannon, but this was like a turbo, like this game was a very niche game, okay? Because they went Elise, Sett, Caitlyn, Ashe, and all Cannon had to do was control the lane. He had to just control the lane. Every time I've seen Cannon so far, I'm not impressed. I don't think the champion is... Like here, Zeus could play anything and probably win. He just needed to have something that had control over the lane. He didn't need to do anything. Like you see that, like in terms of his contribution to this game, he was just pushing and hitting turrets. That's all he did. Pushing, hitting turrets. But if that's what you're doing, bro, you can play Laui, you can play fucking Yorick, you can play many champs, right? He just pressured in isolation. Because this game was decided minute 3, minute 4, minute 5. Like the whole plan was to dive bot, right? Use Caitlyn, Ashe, Sett, Elise, and just pressure dive, even in the case where the enemy is defending with jungle. Yeah, so I repeat, it's like, what is this cannon build, by the way? My man went Horizon, Focus, Shadow Flame, Proto build. That is crazy. Istanbul Wildcats against Futa Milk Esports. That's crazy name as well, man. That's crazy. This is Drutut's team. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's reset this here. Is there a reset button? Create new tier list. Alright, junglers. Junglers. Elise, Navidad, Ivern, Dragoon, Graves, Javan, Lee Sin, Karthus, Jax, Karim Benzema, Kane Benzema, Evelina, Belvetto, Amumu, Kindred, Lilia, Nidalee, Zac, Udyr, Viego, Trundle, Vi, Sejuani. Nunu. Skarner. We can rate Skarner too. It's Maokai. Mao. Gwen Pantheon. Nah, not gonna happen, guys. Not gonna happen. Wukong. Fiddle. Fiddle me timbers. Fiddle me timbers, guys. Does Salah still count? Well, I can pull him up there if you want. Zinzao, okay, we can put him up there, guys, if you want. Let's do a don't tier. Don't. Right, S tier. S tier, S tier, S tier, S tier, S tier. Where's Sejuani? Will this be on YouTube? Yes. I think so. You just put Udyr and S tier because you're old player? No. Guys, just so you know, you can also open icebond.gg. You can make your own tier list, and you can also make your own tier list. It's a free world. But keep in mind, this is my tier list. I think Poppy is very weak right now. I think Jack's jungle could be very legit. So basically, these three champions are very similar in my book. I think these champions are way too conditional. Way too conditional. So basically, I really dislike champions that are designed to just win more when you're winning. I really dislike those champions. It's like Belvet, if she gets Rift Herald, really OP. If Kayn gets Form, really OP. But what is, if you don't have the power behind it to contribute to that, I think that the cases where you want to pick these champs become so rare. People are gonna give me examples of Elioya or like Kanavi or Yike, right? In that game where he played a Belvet into the Elites. But that scenario is so unique. You know, very, very unique, and in itself, it's tricky. Where's the cat? The cat is not. He didn't win the Belvet game. Yes, he won the Belvet game. How about Diana, Echo, or Olaf Django? I think these champions are not so good. I'm not a big fan of the champions that win more when they're winning, you know? Canyon looks strong on Kane at Worlds even when even. Yeah, but that's Canyon. Okay? So it's the same as before. It's like, if I'm going to rate champions in the lens of Canyon, then like almost everything is like S tier. It's like, oh, if Canyon is playing this champ, oh, it's S tier. Oh, it's S tier. Oh, this is S tier. Okay, this is way too dank. This is good shit, guys. Wow. The Canyon can touch poop and make it worth something. What about Diana? Maybe we see some, like, the issue, right? The issue with Diana, right, is the same issue that Karthus Fiddle is going to run into. Right? Karthus Fiddle can 1v9 the game, right? But the issue is you need to figure out ways to find AD in your composition. You need to find AD in your composition, and it's not super easy right now. And at the point where I find AD in my composition, I think most of the time, if I get to choose between Diana or like Karthus Fiddle, I think, yeah, these champions are just better. Yeah? No Gwen? No Gwen. Yasuo is not that great right now. Riot does not like Yasuo. It's like here I'm contemplating if Viego should be here or here. The thing is, it's like Viego doesn't completely deserve to be in A, but he doesn't deserve to be in B either. Because he's like next in line, you know? Like Viego does something very specific, and I think that he's the strongest at doing just that. I think that Gragas and Amumu are very underrated champions. I think in the current meta, team fighting is such a big deal, and I think that Amumu Gragas provides you with so much tools in fights, and I think that a lot of their weaknesses have been covered up. Could you explain what makes the top tier champ so strong? It's just so once again, guys, you can apply this logic that I've mentioned many times already, but I'm gonna mention it again because who knows, maybe people turn it off, maybe new people come in and so forth. My tier list is based off of champion strength and also frequency of you know, how often it can be picked in the context of the meta in other lanes. I think Amumu is really strong. I think Amumu base HP abysmal. So first and foremost, that's a very weird stat line to attack. And also Amumu's base HP is actually quite high. Let's pull up Amumu base HP. Okay. Amumu base HP is 685. So there is a very random thing to point out, and 685 is monstrous. We can press health, and here we have like a comparison. I think if we scroll down far enough. Top 5 champions. Amumu is 5th in the world. So I don't know, I'm getting one guide, guys. I'm getting baited. I'm getting debated. Okay, Zach is there too, Trundle, Garen, Trindamo. I think Jax... I think what's cool about Jax in the jungle is that I think that... you know, you itemize towards your Divine Sunderer, you hit Divine Sunderer, you're monster strong, you have gank presence, you are very durable against most melee champions, you can battle them, you can fight them, and also it is, in my mind, in the rare cases where Jax, like let's say enemy, they hard index on finding some Jax counterpick, and if they go too deep and you can find a situation where you pick something else top and send your Jax jungle. Let's say you play, enemy has Wukong jungle. You pick Jax 1, 2, 3 and you drop. And then you ban some champions. Let's say you ban GP, you ban for your Jax top. And then the enemy top laner picks something giga deep, you know? Let's say he slams Garen, okay? As an example. Garen is good into Jax. And then as a jungler you're saying, okay, I can play easily into Wukong, no problem. I can clear my camps just fine. He can't fight me because I'll just E the moment he E's me, and I can play that fight out really easily. And then you can pick whatever the fuck you want into enemy Garen, and then all of a sudden checkmate in the game, right? It's a juicer, you know. And I think the main thing here for me with Jax is that I think that he can definitely fight against Wukong and Vi, and these are champions that are picked very often, right? Jax is definitely going to have a harder time against Seju, Maokai, and Elise. Isn't there better Trinity in jungle? No, I don't think so. Divine Sunderer is very nice. Does Garen get Vayne top? Yeah, you could Vayne Garen top, but I think Garen against Vayne, you actually have moments where you can kill Vayne. I don't think it's like... Vayne just can't manage the wave. She just can't manage the wave. Garen can like hit the wave, punch the wave, and then it's like, oh, you get Doran shielded. Have you talked about Alistar as a Jax counter already? Huh? What kind of crack are you smoking, my friend? Oh, so you are... So you're definitely on some crack. So like if the Shy does something, we don't need to we don't need to necessarily. Well, he treats his solo queue like he treats Arams, you know, he's just completely vibing. I'm so focused on Viego, but I don't understand what would make him tier over Graves or even Katus. Never wins pro games unless team is giga ahead. I think that Viego is a champion that can contest and fight against most junglers. I think that he has good clear speed, good itemization, and he can play hard on level 3, hard on level 4. He can invade, and I think this is a big strength. It's like Viego is in a very similar to like just being kind of an AD Elise, you know. Rumble Jungle, it's like Rumble Jungle could be fine, but I don't know when I would want to play Rumble Jungle over Karthus, Fiddle, or Zac. The issue I have with Graves, right, is that what are the mid laners people are going to be playing? Most of the time, people are going to be playing mages. People are going to be playing mages. Bot lane, we're going to see a lot of Caitlyn Lux, Lucian Nami. Like, operating yourself under those conditions as Graves is very hard. Very hard. I don't think Graves is good against Varus. If we think that Varus is good or not, that's a separate conversation. Why does Morg not get picked into these Ashe Varus lanes? Because how on earth is she going to lane? It's like you're basically picking a champ to be a summoner spell. That doesn't really sound viable, right? Why Zac over a Mumu? So basically I think Zac can definitely be a menace and scales very good. But I think that Zac has a lot more natural enemies in the game. Champions with dashes, champions with cancellations. And when the Zac is not doing the same thing, it's like Zac in solo queue, when he's ahead, he becomes very ridiculous, right? Because there's a lot of healing in his kit and a lot of damage in his kit, and it gets very silly very fast. But getting ahead of the curve in that fashion is not super easy. But I feel like maybe we can even go so far to do this. It's like, I think this is a little bit more fair. Will Ivan be picked? Turbo rare. Turbo rare. Okay. No. No, 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 no. No, it's not a 13.3, this is a 13.1b. Right, mid lane. So mid lane, I think Alzir is S tier. I think Ryze should be up there too. I think maybe Western teams are not utilizing Ryze as good as he could be utilized. I think Caps is a good example of very strong Ryze play. You know, really leveraging the ult and really smurfing it. I am contemplating putting Orianna here. I think Orianna's a juicer, guys. I think Victor, Silas, Jace. Let's see what else is here. I think Tristana should be placed. Syndra. Casio. Gassidin. Lissandra. Gorky, Galio, Zozo, Ioni, Settu, Sueno, give me 1 second, guys. This is not the finished tier list yet, yeah? Like, you guys are so full ADHD, it's... Let me pull out the champions first, okay? And then we're gonna place it. DF, Zilli Vanilli, Vex. Yasuo. Arya Nivea. Ari is already there. Karma. Zack. Nico. No, thank you. Don't need Nico here. Ornn. I don't know how you play Ornn if this is the S and the A tier, you know? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I didn't give a shout out to Drip and Weston. Thank you very much for the subscription. And also XLR95. Thank you very much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're very kind. Varus Mid still a thing. It was never a thing. That was Caps waking up after having a long dream and just trolling his team. Garen mid Giga Chad. Volibear, yeah, for sure, yeah. Seraphine. Is Diana mid cooked? Not a fan of Diana mid. Diana mid, it's like all of these, a lot of the AP mids that are assassins, like Echo, Fizz, Diana, they suffer from the same problem. It's like their growth curve is just too slow. And when you don't have... It's just that pressure begets pressure. If you have control over the first full waves, if you play appropriately, you're going to have control over the rest of the game too. Unless your matchup is so swingy. Because you get the first base, you get the better base because you have more gold, because you harass these assassins out. You know, those are things that are tricky, right? Yeah, Garen could be played into Cassidy and Galio for sure, but the thing is, you're rarely going to be in positions where these champions are going to be blind picked. Garen for sure is a hard counter to Galio. And Nivea, I would put Nivea here in this tier. So what does this tier mean here? Like if I translate it, right? These are champions that I think are potential answers into some of the champions above. The thing is, Azir actually wins lane against Veigar. Veigar is very weak right now, sadly. Very weak. Tryndamere is legit. I think Tryndamere has potential. Tryndamere is like borderline. That's like a good shout out. I think Tryndamere mid is legit. That's a good shout. Tryndamere mid, I think is legit. Should we play the Corki game? We put Corki on the list, yeah. GP, I think GP can't really do anything. Yeah, so Aurelia, I don't think these champions are that great. Honestly, I think this is probably like the last tier list I'm ever gonna do like live. the chat is, I think the chat is mental. That I'm just gonna like make a video offline, and I'm gonna go for it, man. I'm getting absolutely dizzy-fied. It's like, what about Trundle mid? This guy played it. What about this champ mid? I get it, you know? I get it. But for my own sanity, I'm gonna protect myself. That's okay. You know? This is a part of being stream and being live. What about Miles mid? I had someone cancelled it. Seraphine. I think Seraphine, it's like, I put Seraphine. I put Seraphine here, sadly. Arena, we're talking about 13.1.B. We're not talking about anything else. Honestly, Zoe can be here too. It really fucks a lot of things. Like, Aurelia fucks a lot of things. She does. Does she have the space to do so? Not really. Not really. Oh, me, please. Oh, Jesus. Does she have the space to do so? So I gotta put my Birele here. If Cassidy is good into 6 of the champions in S tier, doesn't he deserve to be in A tier? It's like, you should watch Chovy closer earlier. Oh man. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Irelia games are very hard to win. Very hard to win. So I will say this once again. It's like, we are contextualizing the champs, how often they can be picked, how powerful they can be, in conjunction with the rest of the meta, right? I don't know if I can do the IG reviews today because this is taking way longer than I expected. I lost to Champ X in my shrimp low. Put it on the list. Coach Nudge. That's pretty. That's funny. Is Victor really better? So Baku said. So Baku said that Kassadin is good into a lot of these champs here. So Kassadin is pretty decent into Silas. That I can agree with. Okay, that's fair, and I think that's okay. I think Kassadin, to play it into like Ryze, Orianna, Azir, Victor, it's like we the struggle there is that there's so many natural counters in the game against Kassadin that makes him harder to execute. It's like if Kassadin is played against Renekton, is played against Jace, is played against, you know, like let's say Caitlyn bot or Lucian Nami, like is not so easy. It's not so easy. But the only champion I'm not super sure about is Orianna, but I think Orianna's gonna do good. I think Orianna's gonna do good. I guess I'm betting on Orianna being good, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So Kassadin, Kassadin can find decent matchups, but Kassadin can be fucked by a lot of champions in the game. Yeah, I think just the meta around them is not like super good. But the issue is, it's like the main issue that Kassadin faces as a champion is he's inherently difficult to pick 1, 2, 3. And he becomes really good when you see 4, 5. But that's where he gets banned. So if you're a psychopath, you pick Kassadin 1, 2, 3. If you're a psychopath, Faker has done it. And we saw a game in LPL when it happened. OMG did it today. Like if you're a psychopath, you just slam it. That happens. But when you don't know the pacing of the game, you don't know what champions are going to be in game, I think that it's psychopath behavior. It's like Faker did it too, right? Faker did it too, but his bot lane 2v2 kills minute 3, and they dive, and they GG, and then Jace 1v1 kills top, and it's GG, right? Then it's like, it's hard to judge those games, because it's T1. And after the fact, they lost against Hama Life, they say, we were experimenting too hard, we underestimated Hama Life, they played good today. GG, you know? Okay. Pretty new tier list. Alright, let's do bot lane. Caitlyn. S tier. What an S tier it is. Draven. S tier. I think Draven is crazy good. A tier. I think Samira is gonna pop off, by the way. I think Samira is gonna be... I hope that someone plays Samira. I think that she can be picked in super many spots. Samira, it's so hard to pick supports. Supports, like, it's so hard to pick supports that are good into Samira. Yeah. What's next? I think Zaya, Ezreal, Kalista, Varus. It's like borderline. I want to put Zaya there. And then it's like the issue with Ziggs, right? It's just, bro, if your top laner is a psychopath, I mean your mid laner is a psychopath, God bless you, you can play Ziggs, but I'm not so sold. Kaiser, Sivir, like, what other champions are there in AD role? Sivir, I think Sivir could be here. I think Ashe is pretty low. The issue, let me tell you this. It's like, Ashe is gonna go B tier just because of how OP Ashe support is. So let's say you pick Ashe support and you don't show AD, and then the enemy is like, okay, we're gonna go Nautilus, and you go Ashe Braum. It's like, okay, GG, you don't go next. Tristana, okay, Tristana's a good one. Tristana's a good one. Kog'Maw A tier or Clueless? Yeah. Kog'Maw really enjoyed all the items in the game getting buffed. All his... So imagine, okay, you're a little fish. You're a little fish in the ocean. And your natural predator are all the sharks. And all of a sudden there's a world update that all of the sharks, their teeth are just way sharper, they're way quicker, and you're like, oh fuck. You know? You're not gonna have a good time. Not gonna have a good time. AD Cannon viable. Fnatic is not in playoffs. Not a fan of Twitch. His fortune is right there. Nyla. Not a fan of Nyla, guys. Not a fan of Nyla. Like, Nyla got improved with the items. I'll give you guys that. Let me think a bit about Nyla. It's like her items did become better. I think just Nyla is the same as before, right? It's like Nyla is a win more champion. It's like a lot of these ADs got worse with Yuumi being deleted off the map. Right? It's like Civ is gonna see so much less play because Yuumi is deleted off the map. Zeri will still see play, in my opinion, because I think people are beginning to recognize that Zeri doesn't need those attack speed boosters to be good, and I think that Zeri can find work. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Nyla, guys. I'm fine with being wrong about it, but I just don't like these win more kind of champs. Not a fan. Aphelios 2, it's like Aphelios could be okay. That could be okay. Could be okay. Will we ever see Jinx? It's like Jinx is just solo queue champ, I think. Jinx is like a solo queue champ, but it's like, it's not a crime to put her in B tier, I think. But honestly, I feel like this needs some level of separation. It's like some of these champions are just not on the same level, I think. It's like only Nami Lucian. Why don't you think Kog'Maw is relevant when he's one of the very few champs that can outdamage Draven in lane? And that's such a weird sentence. How? Well, what does that even mean? Are they both hitting a target dummy or what? Like, what does that mean? I think Draven's sister fists Kog'Maw, by the way. I think Samira W is really good against most supports. And I think Samira items are really, really strong right now. It's like Samira W is just really strong. Just think about what people blind pick, okay? Like Samira will maybe struggle to get to the point where like level 1, 2, 3 will be very hard for Samira in a lot of cases. And that could be game defining for sure. But I think if you you manage to get over that hurdle and maybe you have a situation where your jungle can interact. Yeah, Nyla is good into Samira, I agree that. That's true. That's fair. That's a good shout out from Dripping Wesson. Pointless when you have never played Kog into Draven. I don't see a world where Draven with 2 axes or even 3 axes can like I don't see a world where Kog'Maw can fight back. Kog'Maw is What about the Kalista matchup? Kalista I think if Draven has 2 axes, it's obviously depending on support matchup, but I think if Draven has 2 axes, it's not super easy. But it depends on support matchup. Yeah, I would end up somewhere here anyway. I think this tier list is tier list is just bad content. I think is just a waste of time. It's better to just review games, and there's too much of a mess, you know, because there's so many patches. It's like so much going on. It's a bit of a headache. Let's continue with just finish up with support, okay? So this support thing is gonna even get weirder, man. It's like I think Ashe says, then it's like Nami, Lux, and then it's like Nami, Lux, Nautilus, Blitzcrank, and then it's like Karma, and then it's like Lulu. It's like rating supports is so strange because it's so heavily dependent on everything else. Rakan, Heimerdinger maybe still, like it could be okay. And then it's like Renata, Braum, Leona, and then we have like Amumu, Taric. I think Alistar is like D. And then we have like Rel. And then what else do we have? Fucking Bard. The hard Bard. Then we have like Pike. Pike. Tam Kench. We have Caitlyn. We have Kalista. We have Twitch. That's fucking hell, man. Set. What about Yumi? We can put Yumi here if you want to see Yumi. Oh, Soraka. We forgot about Soraka, guys. Soraka. Soraki from Iraqi. Jana. Jana, boom. We can put Jana here. Sona. Ah, come on. We are smoking crack now. Zack. Shit. Zoe support. Trundle. Talia support was really good, guys. Jean. Misfortune. Oh, Trash. Trash. Azir. Everything is right there. Jace. Poppy, Senna. It's like Yeah. Yeah. Whatever, guys. We clip it and ship it. Halo Blade Jace. Yeah, sounds really good. Brand. Hey guys. Let's talk about Vitality versus Team Heretics. Oof. Maybe Zillion Nyla in response to Nautilus Samira. That sounds impossible. That sounds very hard. Why do you want Zillion? So 13.1b, honestly, I don't think it comes with that many changes. I think that like first and foremost, 31.b, I think it doesn't come with enough changes. I think 30.1b is a very light patch. I think that, you know, the main thing that you can highlight, right, is the crit items are changed. So I think like champions like Xayah is better, Caitlyn's better, Samira, Draven is better. I think that's important. I think the support and meta is going to be relatively the same. I think Heimerdinger Yumi being out is of course a really big deal. I think the Heimerdinger nerf is big. I think for top lane, I think Lilia, GP are like the standout champions. But I don't think, like, I think if anything, the champions that are going to, like the teams that are going to be benefited by 31.b is the teams that didn't like to play Yumi. I think that's like the biggest thing. And the teams that are capable of playing Caitlyn, I think they get a huge benefit. I think Caitlyn, it's like, I think Caitlyn should be like a must ban on red. I think Ashe is still as OP as ever. Jax still as OP as ever. I think GP is going to be very good on the next patch. I think that GP was already strong. I think that there are definitely like changes that are going to be impactful, you know, but at the same time not so much. I don't think this is going to like stir things up really insanely. Lucianami is also a thing that is brought up much, but I don't think the nerfs are enough. Maokai nerfs are not enough either. And I think we're still going to see a lot of range supports. We're going to see a lot of Ashes. We're going to see a lot of Band-Aid. Varus, I think Ezreal is better. Xayah is better. So these champions are going to definitely, you know, become better. Woody got a little nerf, but I don't think it matters. Team Heretics versus Vitality. So let's think about this for a second, okay? Let's talk about Vitality. I think Vitality as a team, I think that they've had some decent drafts, but they've also had some very poor performances. I think Vitality, you know, the main thing that excites me about Vitality is just Photon and Bo. I think Photon and Bo have been, for the majority, I think Photon is in the conversation for MVP of the whole split so far. There's been so many games where Photon just single-handedly 1v9s. The man is an absolute machine. I remember his Gwen game. I remember his Gragas game, even against XL, he was so solid. 2 Gwen games were complete 1v9. He played a Gnar game that was complete 1v9. He played 2 Jax games that were complete 1v9 too. I think that Photon... honestly, his second Jax game, I think Vitality just completely outdrafted Team Heretics. And even that game, I think Photon got solo killed by Abby. So I don't think it's... I retract my statement about his Jax being complete 1v9. I think Photon is fantastic. What makes him so good, you may ask? I think that his lane phase is very sharp. He burns summoners. He, like from the little that we see on broadcast, always maintains CS, very great wave management, doesn't die to ganks, sets up ganks super well to burn summoners in isolation very often, and always connects on Rift Herald situations, is always in very good conditions for that, understands how much he needs to farm, understands when he needs to group, when he needs to cross mid. Photon is giving me heavy Huni 2015 vibes. Very heavy Huni 2015 vibes. Imagine a Huni 2015 without having the Unleashed TP. That's pretty much how I view Huni. And I mean, Photon. I think that, you know, you got that a little... It's in a strange form. I can't say Huni Reign Over because it's not the same. It's like Huni Reign Over like took over the map most of the time together. But of course, you're kind of restricted to the meta and what's going on in the game and the flow of the game, so you can't really like gank top on cooldown. So I can't really compare Huni, like I can't compare the Vitality top side to Huni Reign Over. It's just not the same. But Photon really, like in terms of like how effective he is in the games, incredible, really fantastic. I think that you know. He had one Renekton game against Koi. I think that game he couldn't do much. I think his worst game probably was the Ornn game that he played when Perkz played Tristana mid. But Photon, fantastic. Really good. I think in contrast to his opposition, I think AB looks very stiff in the way he plays. I don't feel the presence in the game. I think that his K'Sante performances have... been decent, but I think in terms of, you know, his CS numbers, in terms of, you know, being exposed to gank situations and how he attracts pressure and makes use of pressure and makes it like converts his leads, I think the Renekton game really stands out. I think that Team Heretics have gotten most of their wins through plain and simple just grouping up. But I think that Abby also mid to late game, I think there's been many moments where I question what he's doing on side. I think that this is where Team Heretics struggle as a team, how Abby and also Ruby kind of connect to the team. I think often we see Abby and Ruby getting caught on side, and that is where they struggle, when they have to kind of recover the map, catch sides, retake control of a river. I think this is where Team Heretics struggles, and just because Abby and Ruby are the solo laners of Team Heretics, that's where I kind of assign a lot of the responsibility. But this is something that Team Heretics might figure out, but so far a lot of their gameplay is revolving around just grouping up as 5 and hoping that their composition is just stronger in the death ball, right? And I think that's a fair approach. Fair approach when you're just starting out and you need to get victories in, right? I think Team Heretics, what they did better than the teams that were below them in the standings is that they recognized their position and drafted towards it, right? And basically on the fundamentals, Team Heretics is struggling. Abby, decent on K'Sante, but I think Photon has shown so much good play against the K'Santes that are being blinded into him, right? It's like he played into K'Sante, if I remember correctly, 4 games. And in those 4 games, it was pretty much, besides the Team Heretics game, a Photon clinic. It was just a Photon clinic. Like if he gets to play Gwen into K'Sante, Jax into K'Sante, or I'm trying to think of some other choices. Maybe he's gonna bust out the Darius. Maybe he's inspired by Adam. I think he's very happy to play into K'Sante, is my point. You know? There are definitely answers into K'Sante that you can pull off and require like decent amount of skill and you know, good assessment if it's good in the game that you're about to pick it in. But Photon has been very precise around this. So I wouldn't be like in a position, if I'm comparing Photon and Ebi, that I would be like scared of Ebi's K'Sante. They have a lot of flexibility here. I think that Photon has just been incredible. If we walk down into the jungle, I think Jankos has had some decent performances. I think Jankos, you know, we need to put some respect on Jankos' name. I think he had a great Sejuani game that they couldn't convert. Out of the leads that are created from Jankos' side, they don't feel meaningful in the context of Team Heretics, just because of the issues that I mentioned before, right? If you get leads and you can't convert them well because you're lacking fundamentally in terms of how you're going to control river, how you control the objectives, and you're going to sack sides just to put yourself in positions to group, the leads aren't going to feel as meaningful as in the context of some maybe the G2 games, because I think there was a very good game from Team Heretics when they played Draven. I think that they set up some good dives, and you know, Jankos keeps up with the pace of the game. I think he had a great Graves game too, and I think that Jankos has definitely shown to me that he's the strength on this Team Heretics roster, and I think he deserves a lot of respect for sure. Sometimes, you know, some mistake here and there, but you know, I think the same can be said for Bo, right? Bo is the most hyped jungle, but after week 3, I kind of, you know, I have to be fair. I have to be fair. And I think that after week 3, I kind of, if I'm going to evaluate all of the junglers' performance throughout the whole regular split, I kind of want to place Elioya the highest. And I think that Elioya has performed the best. The last 2 performances from Vitality as a whole were very questionable. Very questionable. Not questionable enough that I'm going to sell all my Bo stock, but if I have to judge performance, I would say that Elioya has had the most consistent high-level performance. Coincidentally, the worst game that Elioya played was the game against Vitality, where they had a 2v2 on mid that led to a 2v4, but that's also one of those situations where you can't necessarily blame Elioya, because Hilly entered that situation, Niski entered that situation, so, you know, I give Elioya some leeway on that one. And I think that Vitality isn't super clean. I think that the last week of their play was super messy, and we just have to call it for what it is, right? I think that Bo made a lot of mistakes, but in the context of Bo versus Jankos, I have to lean towards Bo, you know? I have to lean towards Bo, but we have to bring up the facts here around Bo, and I think that Elioya has been the strong performer, if I take the whole split into account. And I need to think about this very long and hard, because I've been watching every Bo game, you know. I've been watching every Bo game, and, you know, I need to make sure that I maintain an unbiased perspective. When I say every Bo game, it's not just the competitive games. It's like his Champions Queue games and Solo Queue games. I just enjoy watching BoJack Horseman. So we continue to the mid lane. Perks versus Ruby. I think Ruby, I think the same thing can be said for a lot of the mid laners. Let me just pull up his Game of Legends. This can be said about a lot of the mid laners in Europe. I think that they use Azir as a crutch, right? They use Azir as a crutch because you can get away with so much on Azir. Like Azir is so strong because you can set up ganks, you can team fight well, you scale well, you can itemize many different ways. I think that Ruby looks fine on Azir. Sometimes I question his itemization choices. He had a really good Cassio game that everyone kind of got hyped up about, but I think even in that Cassio game, he didn't look mechanically crisp. I think that Ruby isn't so far to me, it hasn't been super exciting. And the issue with something like that is, of course, you know, what is the presence that we see around mid in contrast to, like, what is Team Heretic's mid jungle? It's not something that necessarily rings any crazy bells. I think that his Sylas play was very underwhelming. His Kassadin play, I think that was just a terrible Kassadin game to pick, and they did it. His Cassio, you know, I think that, you know, that was a really good game to pick Cassio, and he just had, like, it was just a dream Cassio game, but I think that his Cassio also looked sloppy. I remember Ruby from the times when he was the Afrika Freaks, you know, sub, and he was screaming against us, and I was so mechanically impressed by him. And it seems like I don't see that same player, right? I don't think the same player is here on my screen when I'm watching Ruby. Mid lane has been very strange this LEC season because I think that most mid laners have been quite sloppy. So if I try to think of who is top 3, I would say Caps, I would say Niski, and I would say Perks, right? So I would say Caps is the most consistent one. I think Caps has been the most consistent one. But Niski and Perks have had some moments where I'm thinking to myself, yo, I want to, you know, put a pen in my eye. And that's okay, right? It's the beginning of the season. That's not a big problem, right? I'm not going to, like, really underrate these guys off of that, you know? I think Caps has been the strongest mid laner for me. And I don't think that Nook and Certus have shown enough for me to think that, wow, they are now going to be better than the players above them. Okay? Yeah, it's like Niski and Perks have had some mistakes that are like really crazy. But generally speaking, like looking at their complete performance, I think it's been good. I just feel like LEC mid right now is in a very weird state. I don't think it's like, I don't feel like we have those standout players, like for example in the AD carry position or in the top lane position. Like in top lane, it's very easy to say, yo, Photon is fucking smurfing. Who's right behind him breathing down his neck? Has to be Adam and Chasey. Who else is there? Irrelevant. It's like these are the 4 top laners that come to mind in terms of top lane performance. AD carry. Wow, you have Exakick. You have Exakick, you have Hansama, you have Crowny, right? Kobe, you know? These are like players that come to mind, right? And sometimes the meta makes it a lot harder to judge. Yo, Karzi has also been really good. Yeah, Karzi also deserves to be mentioned there. Comp, not yet. Not yet. Comp, not yet. Karzi has been really good. And I think it's just a question of the meta, right? It's like most of the time you have mages mid. It's the same thing with support. it's like it's a lot harder to judge supports because in a lot of cases, yeah, Reckless was definitely consistent, but consistently mediocre, right? And I don't want you guys to make that out to be like some kind of Reckless flame, but it's just the whole team was in a very bad spot. So everyone was heavily underperforming, you know? All of those players were underperforming. Some were underperforming more than others, but trying to scapegoat someone in a team that is complete garbage, it's really rough, you know? This is not the way. Yeah, all in all, back to the initial conversation. I feel like Perkz, when, at least in my mind, when Perkz is playing against better opposition. So when I think of Perkz' game against Mad Lions, Perkz' game against G2, I think those were the best Perkz games of the season. Perkz strikes me as the type of player that, depending on the opposition, plays better. So that's... Oh, hello, Bo. Bo, I have to give you VIP. Bo, I was just talking about you. I was just talking about you, Bo. I say that you play really, really good, but last 2 games on Vi was hard to watch. So for now, Bo, I put Elioya number 1, Bo number 2. So you have to change this, Bo. I am number 1 Bo fan. Okay, I show you. Ah, this is what I wanted. Yes! Very good. Bo, do you know Giga Chad? You are Giga Chad, Bo. You are 100% Giga Chad. What I was trying to say about Perkz, I think that the games where he played against the tougher opposition on paper, I think that he played a lot better. And I think he was very clean in those games. I think that the Excel game, I think he played good. I think he played good on Talia. I think that the messiness came from Neon and Bo most of the time in that game. Bo has more emotes enabled than you. I don't know how to enable them so well. So we continue. I think if there's any point of entry here for Team Heretics, it has to be through bot, right? I think that the fact that bot Jack Spectre plays Draven, he's on the up and up. I can imagine a world where if Team Heretics are going to win this series against Vitality somehow, it is because they are really, really drilling home the weakness that has been Vitality's bottom side. And when I say weakness, right, it is in the context of what we've seen so far. And also in Vitality's case specifically, we're trying to think of Vitality as a contender for the title, right? We're trying to view them as a contender for the title. And I think if Team Heretics is preparing for Vitality, I think the way in is to put IBI in isolation and then create a situation where they play heavily into bottom side and they make bottom side as volatile as possible. At the same time, in the class of new generation AD carries that have come in, right? I think this type of a task against Vitality would be a lot easier for the likes of SK, for the likes of BDS. I still think Jack Spectre and Mercer hasn't shown enough, okay? Jack Spectre and Mercer need to show more. It's like Mercer had some decent games on Heimerdinger. They had that great Draven game, but how easily can they replicate that, right? That's my main question. I think Draven, Zeri, Jack Spectra look good. Other champions, not so much, right? That's where my headspace is at. It's like Jack Spectra has shown some promise, right? He has shown some promise, but not enough for me to feel super excited. It's just that Jack Spectra, if you look at the other class of AD carries, it's like Exakick, okay? Exakick is a player that sadly has heavily overshadowed the performance of Jack Spectra. You know? But he seems to be getting more and more comfortable. And I think if there's an angle here for Team Heretics to beat a team that is on paper much better than them, it would be through the bottom side. Because I think if you want to isolate anything else in terms of underperformance, based off of what we've seen, is Neon looked rough on the Zeri games. Where he had opportunities to carry, he did not, right? You had the game where they played Zeri, Yuumi against Koi. Finally has 3 core on IE. Finally, we are looking to get excited, you know, and he's going to, you know, win the game. He just fucking jumps into the enemy team and dies. XL, same thing. XL, that was a very dirty game, you know? A very dirty game. Another very dirty game from Vitality's bot lane was when they played Caitlyn Lux into Astralis bot lane. Astralis bot lane really smashed them, and they were very lucky that Astralis didn't know how to play around the objectives, and they took away a win there. You know? I think as a whole, I think Vitality has shown a better grasp of macro concepts. I think they've shown a better grasp of side laning and leveraging side lane in unison to create better objective ideas. I think that the 2v2 of Vitality is much better and much more precise. And I think that the solo laners are just better. And I think even though Neon and Kaiser are definitely the weakness of the team, I say that in the context of seeing Vitality as a title contender, right? If Neon and Kaiser get their shit together and perform at the levels that we know that they're capable of, right? When it comes to Neon, I think always, he was always the type of AD carry that was very good to adjust to the game, farmed well, didn't get caught, and then when he reached the point in the game where he could take over the game, he invited himself to do so. And he did it well. And last year, we saw him do this on Zeri. And I say this because someone told me that he can only do this on Jinx, and I don't think it's true. You know? I think that Kaiser, he had some phenomenal games. I think Kaiser played a phenomenal Leona game. Phenomenal, what's it called? Phenomenal Braum game. His Braum game was gorgeous. Really good. And let me think, what else did he play? He had some decent Ashe games too. But even in that game against G2, right? It's like Kaiser and Neon had a very advantageous lane position. And then they didn't manage to base. And then all of a sudden, just because they didn't manage to base and they didn't make a decision on how to manage the wave, they were put in a tough lane spot. And then, as a continuation from the little that we saw through the lens of the spectator client, we also saw situations where they were getting out-traded and it was rough. And that game against G2, I think that Perks, it's like they had a very good draft plan, which I think is a big plus for Vitality. I think most of the time they have they have good draft identities. You don't see like massive blunders like you see on the G2 side. And some people are going to argue for G2 that it's a strength and a weakness in itself because they're willing to explore, but sometimes you know, they mix the wrong components and it explodes in their face. That's definitely a thing that can happen. But I would say that Vitality has been very good in draft. I think that when it comes to the draft side, the macro side, the solo lane side, I think this is where Vitality are going to win a lot of points in my assessment of Vitality against Team Heretics. I think that Vitality is going to take the series home. Team Heretics, I hope that they try to sharpen the weapon that is, you know, their bottom side. I hope that that is going to be their focus. And I hope the same thing for Vitality, you know. We heard some ramblings about how they want to clean up the comms and how they want to make things better. My stock in Vitality doesn't drop super hard based off 2 games that were off. I think this is the nature of best of ones, and you walk into a weekend, you know, things can get volatile. But the beauty of this new format now, or not new format, but the second part of this format, is that you get a lot more time to practice. So I'm hoping that we see a lot more precise versions of both of these teams. And I'm sure that Neon and Kaiser have the capacity to perform better than they have so far in the little situations that we've seen. And, you know, it's always, you know, if you compare the bot lanes we've seen, it's like, I think, it's like Hansama Miki, you have Exakick, Dos, you have Akrani, Labrov, you have Kobe, Yonghun. What are the other bot lanes that we've seen, right? Karzi, Hilly. It's like these bot lanes have shown that they can play so well. So a part of it is, of course, that the field is very strong in the duo lane department. And that is where Vitality will be tested the hardest as they make the full gauntlet to make the run all the way to the Winter Split final. These bot lanes will be very, you know, in your face. And I think the unique thing is that I can see different shapes and versions of these bot lanes. In regards to the new patch, right? If there's situations where, let's say, Caitlyn and Lucian, maybe they just get permabanned, right? When Caitlyn and Lucian get permabanned, we might see situations where the bot lanes are going to be a lot more volatile. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these strong bot lanes that I mentioned, if they are capable of playing Draven, are they capable of playing Samira, are they capable of playing, you know, different versions of bot lane. And this is where G2's bot lane becomes a little bit more scarier because they were really leaning into it already, right? But we shall see. We shall see. So that's my prediction. I think Vitality is going to beat Team Heretics. I think it's very telling in the fact that Vitality chose Team Heretics as their opponent. They could choose between Koi and Team Heretics. Koi is a team that definitely can ramp up, and I think they have shown a higher ceiling. And now, of course, Koi gets a lot of breathing room to improve. Koi didn't practice so much in the off-season, and they came in late. And I think that Koi, I would definitely make the same choice. I think Team Heretics, you know exactly what you're going to be facing. And Koi has shown still, you know, I think Malang is still fantastic. Comp and Trimby are ramping up. Slowly, they're ramping up, right? These are players that have shown a very high ceiling. And all in all, I think that choosing Team Heretics of the Koi makes a lot of sense because of a lot of the things that I already mentioned. Team Heretics is a very predictable package. They are going to try to build a composition that is very strong in the front to back, and they're going to be weak on the side lanes. Their 2v2 mid and 2v2 top is not looking super sharp. Jankos is dangerous early game, so consider if you're going to let him have champions that can be impactful, level 1, 2, 3, like Sejuani and Elise. And then the main thing is if you stabilize bottom, and you have to consider, of course, the Draven pick of Jack Spectra. And then beyond that, I think everything is quite predictable on the Team Heretic side. But I'm excited to see more sides of them. Let's see what the best of 5 brings. I mean, best of 3, sorry. Any questions, guys, in relation to Vitality versus Team Heretics that we can cover now? Any questions? Is this a 2-0 or 2-1? Well, Vitality have really, you know, they've blundered some games. So it's not completely out of the question, but I would say 2-0. Like, it's weird. When you think a team is better than the other, you're going to, most of the time, go 2-0. How can Heretics beat Vitality? I think they need to create enough volatility bottom side and try to stabilize the early game through bottom side and get advantages, and then hope that they have the stronger front to back composition that allows them to really simplify the macro game as easy as possible. Where do you see Neon Kaiser ranking by the end of the split? I think currently, like based on what we've seen, it's just that things can change, right? Because the meta will be different. No Yumi will be in the picture, no Heimerdinger. You know, these could be benefits and negatives for some teams. After 3 weeks of play on 13.1, definitely I would say that I would put Neon Kaiser lower on the list. But there's very little shame in that because of how strong some of these bot lanes have shown that they can be, right? You have Krauni Labrov, you have Exakik Dos, Karzi Hilly, Hansama Miki. That's already 4 bot lanes. I think Kobe and Yonghoon. I think those are 5 bot lanes that, in isolation, in terms of the lane, have performed better. But it's very hard to know the exact contribution of Neon and Kaiser in terms of the team play, in terms of the plan making and so forth. So it's harder to judge the players like that, right? But in terms of the lane phase and the overall numbers and what seems to be like the contribution in like fights and so forth, I feel like these other bot lanes have done a little bit better. What the bot lanes are missing, you know? We have Jack Spectra and Mercer, and then there's the 8th one. Which one am I forgetting? Comb and Trimby. Right? And it's like, Comb and Trimby, I imagine that they're going to get better. And Jack Spectra, Mercer, Neon, and Kaiser, I think in the pool of bot lanes that we have so far, they have shown probably the least. You know, these 3 bot lanes. I would add Comb and Trimby into that. But Trimby had a fantastic Ashe game, you know. You kind of, you know, in the conversation about the players, Comb and Trimby, I think that they have like, there's some credit stored there, you know? You kind of hope that they're going to ramp up, right? But this is only speculation. I think Kobe Yonghoon really good, right? So this will be the biggest test of Vitality. I think Vitality has shown really good level of play. It's actually going to be very high pro, yes. Ashe is not nerfed. I think Ashe is still really, really OP. Let's see if the teams find some angles. Okay. I think Perks has looked a lot better. This is obviously a very small sample size, very anecdotal. Perks against G2 looked really good. Perks against Mad Lions looked really good. And that is, on paper, their competition, right? To win the split. And I think that in terms of the importance of the game, Perks seems to be scaling. Such a silly thing to put into your analysis, but I think that it matters, you know? Let's take a look at the next matchup. Okay, the next matchup. We're going to cover one more matchup, and then we're going to cover the rest of the matchups tomorrow, guys. Okay? So, the next matchup is SK versus Koi. I think this one will be a lot stranger to define. Let's start with Irrelevant versus Shigenda. I feel like Shigenda has struggled to participate in the game. I think that he is often disconnected and isolated, and I think that that can also come from the issues that Koi is suffering from as a whole. I think that irrelevant, what has made him so strong, I think that in terms of lane, like he has been very good at picking the right champion for his team compositions. I think this has been a massive strength for SK. You know, when he's been willing to lock in the Sion, when he's been willing to, you know, let me just pull up SK Gaming, their games, so I can jog my memory a little bit. I feel like, you know, his Na performances, Sion performances have been quite satisfactory. You know, I think that he has done a very good job of contributing to the flow and the rhythm of the game. And I think that's a very important skill to have as a top lane, because everyone views top lane as this isolated island, and finding the time is to be impactful and, you know, managing the waves so you can, you know, siphon information from the enemy jungle in order to fix wave states. I think that Irrelevant has done a good job. We'll talk about Irrelevant, Gilius. How are you doing, Gilius? Everything good with you, brother? And I think in the context of Shigenda, I think that sometimes he's been in very awkward lane spots. I think that in terms of his contribution in the game, I think that he has been rather invisible. You know? So I would give the edge to Irrelevant here. And this could be due to Shigenda's play. This could also be due to Koi being a little bit dysfunctional as a whole, right? I'm good. Thank you very much, Gilius. Good to see you. I'm sad that we can't do shit together. How about, can you join LCS streams, Gilius? Is that allowed? That should be allowed, no? We do a little LCS stream tomorrow night, maybe. Oh, that's nice, Gilius. That's nice. Keep me in the loop. Keep me in the loop. It would be nice to catch up. I think in regards to Malrang and Markoon, I think that Malrang is a very underrated player. A very underrated player. I think that even this year, he has managed to find really, really nice leads. Like, really nice leads, very nice gank timers. I think that Malrang is old school Malrang. It's just that Koi, their laners haven't been sharp enough to convert it. You know, how did Koi look like last year? It's like Malrang sacrificed himself to get his laners ahead, and then they would be very good at snowballing that. Larson would be good at it. Odoamne would be good at it. And the bot lane would be very good at it, right? And Malrang would just keep up the pace of the game and be as awkward as possible in order to elevate his teammates. And Malrang has done the same thing this year, but they don't manage to convert as effectively. It's like there's so many games where Malrang just gets first blood. Like Malrang is a menace. Really, he's an absolute menace. I think Malrang is fantastic. I think that Markoon versus Malrang, I feel like these are the two junglers with like the largest early game teeth. I think that when Markoon is on Sejuani, when Markoon is on Elise, fantastic. Really, really good. When Markoon is playing the junglers that need to farm a little bit more, I need to see more. I need to see a little bit more. But the same thing can be said about Malrang, right? The same thing can be said about Malrang. So it's like you have two junglers that are going to really love to have Sejuani and Elise on their side and maybe Maokai, right? So these champions are going to be very, very contested. And I assure you, in this series, in this best of 3, we're going to see action level 3 every fucking game. It's like first blood will be given and taken level 3 every game. I think Markoon has had a phenomenal split. I think his week 1 was terrible, but SK was terrible as a whole, and then they managed to, you know, say the right things to each other to really piece it together. So respect to that, you know. God bless. Like if you managed to do that in 3 days and then ramp up the way SK did, really fucking good job. Still, you know, both of these junglers, they haven't shown, you know, the best level on the junglers that require a little bit more time to ramp up. They're very good at the level 3 enjoyers, and we will just have to pay attention to the fireworks that are going to happen. That's going to be super, super interesting. Obviously, Koi has performed a lot worse than SK. A lot worse than SK so far. And they need to improve on a lot of things. What are those things? I would say that Koi, in terms of how they connect for their fights, needs to be a lot sharper. Their level of play in lanes, after they get leads, they need to be able to convert a lot sharper. They can't allow themselves to die to ganks and give that back after Malrang has made sacrifices. Super important. They need to work on how aware they are of the Drake spawn timers and the Rift Herald spawn timers, and how they're going to posture and how they're going to approach fights as a unit. Which mid-waves they want to contest, and when they're going to look for those fights, they need to find a lot more unity and synergy in that. And I think with the new patch coming in, they have an opportunity to reinvent themselves, but on paper, SK has looked a lot sharper. We continue to the mid lane matchup. I think Certus has had some fantastic games. I think the weird thing about Larson is dying to ganks. Like, my man's dying to ganks left and right. I think that, you know, Koi in the previous years always did, or last year, did a very good job of securing Larson, making sure that there's wards around mid, making sure that they're always replaced, that he can push forward and play his lane phase as freely as possible. This time around, I think that teams are finding very easy ways of breaking into that. And I see Larson on my screen often dying to ganks, and he's not converting leads as well. There was his last game that they played, right, on Larson Azir, was 2-0, couldn't convert, but obviously that was a game that was very tricky. Okay, Elena. Certus, on the other hand, I think Certus has had, you know, a good Akali game, you know, many different champions that he picked. I think that his LeBlanc game was very poor. I am not as sold on Certus as a lot of other people are. I'm very careful about hyping up mid laners if they have like one pop-off game on the likes of Akali. I think you have to be very careful about that. I think that the majority, like if I want to pinpoint something, if I want to pinpoint a weakness on SK's side, I would say that I would have to say that it's Certus. And that's the case where I have to point out something. I think that a lot of SK's wins are off of the back of brilliant play from jungle, brilliant play from support and AD in terms of lane phase advantages. Then I think SK as a whole convert games quite well. They play patiently, they take it easy, they group up, and they don't focus too much on farming. They are good around objective timers. I think Exakick is very, very confident in his play, and I think Exakick has been fantastic. I think Exakick, you know, is in the conversation of being like the best performing AD in the first 3 weeks, for sure. If someone told me Exakick is the best performing AD, then I would be like, yeah, I think that's fair. You know, you don't. Some people really like Draven, you know, fist the game minute 3, and those are gonna be the guys that say Hansama is the better one. And then you're gonna have you know, Exakick, who is more of a, you know, I think Exakick is the AD that is closest in terms of like upset in terms of performance. But I have to say, you know, I think Exakick, really, really good. In my mind, insanely good performing AD carry. So, Certus, I think he kind of is in the back, you know. I kind of need to see more before I can rate him higher. I still am not super impressed by Certus. I need to see more. I think that it's easy to perform when your teammates are performing, and I could be completely wrong here. I'm just, you know, focusing on the sample size that I've been given. And sometimes players are not allowed to really show themselves off. But I feel like mid lane is the role that has been probably the least interesting in Europe so far. And that could be meta related, right? It's like, if you're playing the melee champs, your game is often decided by what's happening with jungle and support and in other positions. If you're playing mages versus mages, it is what it is, right? And if there's any like main thing that we've noticed about the other teams that they do so well, like the teams that are above them, is that the 2v2 mid is very explosive. It's like Nitsky, Elioya, 2v2 mid has been very good. Bo, Perks, 2v2 mid has been very good. G2, Capsy Ike, 2v2 mid, very, very good. We've seen occasional moments where it's like Markoon level 3 ganks mid and he's playing Silas, and then, you know, they convert, you know, some kind of advantage there. I think those signs are good, but I need to see more from Certus. But I will probably think that this mid lane matchup might just be like the least interesting one. When it comes to Exakick and DOS, you know, I have to say, you know, the main maybe concern, but it doesn't have to be a concern per se. It's more of a question. They seem to be very, very good at the Yuumi matchups. Very good at the Lucian matchups. They've played Zeri. When he's on Zeri, fucking good. Lucian, fucking good. Odds are coming into 13-1.B, this is a team that could potentially be affected by the fact that Yuumi is out, because that has been a weapon for them. They could be a team that is potentially affected by the fact that, you know, with Yuumi out and Heimerdinger essentially out, you can create a situation where, you know, there's going to be a little bit more freedom to make the bot lane go into a different meta. But at the same time, I don't think it's going to be super relevant in the context of specifically Comp and Trimby. Could be, to be fair. I imagine, it's like if we think about the bans that are going to happen, I imagine that SK are going to continue to ban Ashe a lot. Yuumi is out, so I don't think that champ is going to be played. I think the Lucian Nam is going to be out, and then I imagine that whatever team is on red will have to ban Caitlyn Lux, because both of these teams play Caitlyn Lux. And I think when Ashe is out, I think that Caitlyn Lux is really, really insane. In my mind, I would be very surprised if Ashe, Lucian, Caitlyn, if any of these champions are going to be open. So if Lucian, Caitlyn, and Ashe is out and Yuumi can't be played, what happens to the meta? All of a sudden we have a very, very different bot lane meta, right? And I think it's very likely that these champs are going to be banned. And when you have a different meta, Draven's going to come into the picture. Kalista is going to be into the picture. Maybe Zeri Lulu can be played, right? But in my mind, the way I view DOS as a player, like when it comes to the range matchups, plays super, super good. Need to see a little bit more, right? And this will be like the true test. Will all of these bot lanes that performed so well on 13-1.B, will they continue to perform now when the meta will shift? And that is where you have to highlight the longevity of some of these players, because they've managed to survive those meta shifts. A lot of these bot lanes that have come in and started to dominate, they've been playing the same meta for 1 year straight. Right? And the same thing can be said about the other bot lanes too, right? For sure. But meta shifts, being able to adjust on the fly within a week, very important. So this will be the true test. Can SK, Exakick, DOS, can they continue their level of dominance in a different meta? that will be the biggest test. Because Draven's looking scary. Samira has potential. Saya has potential. Kalista has potential. You know? And I can't imagine Caitlyn will ever go through. I can't imagine Caitlyn going through. I can't imagine Lucian Nami going through. Unless people are just want to slam Draven Nautilus. And then Yuumi is out. And that is where SK's bot lane has found insane amount of value. I think Lucian Nami will still be played. Comp and Trimby, right? Like we've seen some sides to Comp, right? We've seen the occasional Draven, we've seen the occasional Kalista, right? He loves a Kalista. Trimby has a very deep champion pool, right? And a shift in the patch sentiment can be very, very good for Koi. I think as long as the mental is good, you know, new patches force you to reinvent yourself. And that can be the advantage for Koi. But as I mentioned before, they need to connect well in fights. They need to connect well in fights. They need to be a lot more precise in lane phase because Malrang is giving them advantages that they're not converting well. I think a big question for them as well is Koi has been very, very, very bad in draft. Very weak in draft. I think their team composition and their cohesion, like they had one egregious example where they played like Fiora, Elise, Sivir, Yuumi, and then I'm trying to remember the mid laner, I think it was Victor. Like they need to find easier compositions to execute on because that's what Koi always did, right? They always played the easy compositions and then they just made sure, so basically it's like top lane, mid, AD, it's like played the same champions over and over again. So they were just insanely sharp on these champions. And then Trimby and Malrang, they were the ones that were flexible. They were the ones that completed the compositions with their champion choices. And they were always very good at recognizing how to break the enemy composition. So eyes on Trimby and Malrang. I think that these players are still very strong in my book. And if there's going to be a situation where Trimby and Malrang are going to be, you know, if Koi is going to win, I think it's going to be off of the hands of Trimby and Malrang. But it requires Koi to recognize early what they need to draft and practice that hard and really, really isolate what they want to do in this meta. But with what we've seen so far, I think it's natural to believe that SK is going to win this. But I think there's a big chance that this might be a close series. Because SK need to deal with how they're going to adjust in situations where Lucian is not available, Caitlyn is not available, Yuumi is not available, and then themselves don't like to play Ashe. That's going to be interesting. Very interesting. Okay. The topic was just SK versus... SK versus Koi. Any questions, guys, in regards to SK versus Koi? Is there anything that maybe I missed or something that you want to point out? I'm not on the contract with Fnatic, but I just didn't remove the group thing. Like, I kind of CBA. I don't think it matters. Maybe I'll do it at some point. Because Aphelios Lulu could be played against what? I think Aphelios Lulu, it's like, you can pick it into Lucian Nami maybe. Missed out on mid. You think Certus is the weak point of SK? I think so far in terms of play, I would believe that Certus is the weakness, but I don't think that that's something that you can utilize super well. I don't think it's like something that you can like leverage super well. And it could just be tied to the fact that, you know, the meta is what it is. I just don't think it's like, I think that the mid matchup is going to be very uninteresting in this matchup. I just think that this series here has the potential to be very close. This series, in my mind, is a lot closer than the first one in Group A. Any idea how Koi's bot side went from best to one of the weaker ones? I think just lack of practice. As simple as that. I think just lack of practice. Keep in mind, it's like you could have practiced the whole off-season just playing Lucian, Nami, Yuumi, and those champions were OP in the off-season. They were OP in the last season. And if you just kept practicing and kept playing, you were gonna get so sharp on these matchups. If you stop practicing and you need to catch up to the boys that have practiced, because sometimes what happens is, it's like you practice in the off season, you practice in December, you practice in November, and then you arrive into your gaming house January the 3rd, and then there's a new meta altogether. They just rework everything. And Riot really tried. They really tried to remove Yuumi from the game. They tried to nerf Nami Lucian, but no one gave a shit, right? No one gave a shit. Which team is the most well-rounded so far? Most well-rounded, I would have to say that Mad Lions is the most well-rounded. Mad Lions is probably the most well-rounded team. But I think that G2 has been a stronger early game team, right? They've been a way stronger early game team. I think that Vitality have shown teamfight prowess that is really good. But at the same time, it's like they've shown some really sloppy performances from the likes of Neon and Bo, and sometimes very silly mistakes from Perks. So B1s, not super easy to judge. I think Mad Lions have shown like a little bit of everything. And I think that's good. Which team has the potential to be a dark horse? I think Koi. I think Koi. Yuumi being deleted from the game is a very big plus for Koi. They hate to play Yuumi. Okay. I think that's it, guys. I am going to stop streaming there. I need to eat something. I'm starving. I did leg day today. I need to eat. Same for G2. What you mean? G2 is not really a dark horse. It's like, what are the three favorites? If you choose the three favorites to win the league right now, it will be Mad Lions, G2, Vitality. So to claim that they are dark horse doesn't make sense, right? About Yuumi. Oh yeah, that's true. They are very happy about Yuumi being dead on red side, but on blue side not. Alright guys, who do we raid? Who do we raid to end this on? Let's raid someone. Oh, I can't play that. Let's raid Monte Cristo. Thank you so much for watching, guys. All the best to all of you. I'm going to be raiding Monte Cristo. Catch you on the flippity flop, guys. All the best to all of you. Bye bye.